inflammatory. That's the reason why we just say don't talk to them. I give you a service by actually talking to them, by giving them enough space to breathe. You just don't even begin to talk to them. Yeah, he said some shit that should have, his head should have been tore off.
What are you guys talking about?
It's a lot of self-hate, a lot of like self-hate just being spewed, man. Self-hate.
Well, I don't know.
It's short.
But, hey, I don't come in here, I'm looking at the title, and then last week we had that conversation about how many black women Trump has dismissed from the government in high-ranking position, and here he goes again at another one. I mean, Trump has literally gotten rid of every black person I knew who was in leadership in government, in the federal government. He reassigned some to lower-ranking positions, and he outright fired others he could. He doesn't want one black woman in any position.
Wasn't that what the gerrymandering was about in Texas?
Yeah, trying to get rid of Al Green and what's her name? Jasmine.
Crockett.
Yeah, I think that was more that than getting the seats, because he wanted to get rid of Crockett. So, and he knew that she would always be reelected in her district. So this is like a backdoor kitchen table meeting that they had and said, oh, we can do this on the slick and plus get more seats. So that's what I think. And I was in a room, I don't remember whose room it was, but they were talking about the overall plan of this administration and connecting the dots. And I kind of like stole that from them because there is a concerted effort to either eliminate or to devalue, and I think it's devalue more the black community, because with the bail, no cash bail system, if you're marching, the RICO Act, deportation without due process, all that stuff is going to start manifesting itself once people start getting arrested, start lifting up their voice and lifting up their heads, and pretty soon, children being tried as adults. So if you put all that together, and also bringing the police and the military into your communities, if you add all those elements together, you're fucked. No cash bail. Your kids are going to be, if they're out there marching, treated as adults or whatever they're doing. Because he said, oh, look at these getting a kid. No. It was kids out there. I played the quote. Kids were someplace out and about in D.C. And he said, look at these kids. And he goes, then he changed it into gang. Then he changed it into thugs. And then he said, once they saw the military or the National Guard, whatever, they ran back to where the hell they came from. It's like, this is where you talk about our children. I mean, no, and to me, I'm starting to feel it and understand that it's personal. It's personal. So if you add up, like, once again, backtracking, if you add all those puzzle pieces together and you put them in order, this is bad news for the black community. Period. Point blank. He doesn't like blacks, and he's showing you in roundabout ways how he's gonna dehumanize you, demoralize you, devalue you, and put you in, like you were talking about, boxes where you belong.
But this is not the only. Today, you guys listened to his speech today while his cabinet meeting, when he talked about how he's going to return education to the states. And obviously, when you look at the states and the cities, especially the blue cities and red states, they're going to seriously underfund schools in those cities. I mean, Trump is a considered effort. not able to apply for the same jobs. So now, and then at the same time, they were saying that HSBCU schools are undereducated black folks. They're not. You don't get a real education when you go to those schools. So one, they want to prevent us from going to the best.
Hey, what's up, Walter?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. I'm just about to go sit in the sun. What are you doing?
Yeah, what's that interview I had with that guy?
It's with the college down in Normal. Oh, are you talking about the one on the YouTube now with George Deinhard?
No, the other guy, Benjamin.
Oh, that's coming up. That's in Normal, Bloomington Normal.
How big is that?
It'll be good press. It's worth it.
I mean, how many people look at that?
It doesn't matter. It gives me credibility because it's with a name brand publisher. So it'd be stupid for me not to go down there and get that publicity because that's how I build my resume going forward, you know?
Well, and what about, they could do interviews over the phone or what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
But they want to, they want to get me cornered, put me in the booth on the college, And I'm like, haven't you guys heard of the fucking internet? You fucking stugats. We got to be efficient here.
you guys. Everybody's making alliances right now.
I'm about to gas up Aaron Delmar real good. I got a gas tank with me. I'm about to gas him up.
Yeah, about what?
Well, he got into an argument with Mark.
Yeah, I heard that.
So I'm gonna overlay the audio of Aaron Delmar screaming on top of his images, and then everybody can hear what Aaron Delmar sounds like when he gets angry.
Yeah, how's that? When you know that digital stuff?
It's just filming. It's just overlaying audio with video. It's very easy. I'm gonna do it actually right now. I was gonna do it last night, but you reminded me. I gotta gas up Aaron Delmar for Mark.
And then what would that do when you go angry? Like, ah!
Yeah, when Aaron Delmar sees it, he'll have like a migraine and he'll be like.
There's thoughts, man. Anything else is happening?
No. Got some paperwork I gotta do.
What's your stuff?
No, lawsuit against the Treasury Department. Scott Besson. My manager, she called me a whore, so I sued them.
Why you gotta send that?
I gotta send it by the end of the week.
What is it for?
It's a lawsuit against the Treasury Department, Scott Besson.
Why he owes you money?
That's what I claim. I say he owes me at least 1 year's salary. I should have asked for 3 years of salary.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm gonna update the amount to $210,000 now that I think of it.
That's nuts, isn't it?
It's not nuts. They gotta get a law. They're legally required to give me an attorney and pay for it. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
That's the kind of rights you got when you're a government employee. You are the government, so they give you the full service. They don't give a fuck how much it costs.
So what happened? You just...
No, I'm filing a grievance for harassment.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's all law. It's lawfare. It's funny. They had books on it inside the office. I was like, you know what? I might need these.
That's nuts, actually.
These things happen all the time. You know how much Congress has paid out in sexual harassment lawsuits over the past 20 years? Like $1 billion. All right, well, listen, I'm going to send you the link to a room that I'm in right now because I'm recording it. So I will talk to you soon or see you in the room.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
I pay my dues, but I had a family member just retired. She was the CEO of her chapter, a regional urban league, and so it's just in my family it was
They can only do so much as they have the people power to do.
And listen, there's
But
an
there's
air
that,
that has
but
happened.
I haven't heard anything from them though. I don't understand what we're saying because
What,
I just said what I said.
what
I
do you
mean, I
want to
haven't
hear?
heard.
I don't understand.
What do I want to hear? I want to hear them say anything. It's like, have they said anything about what's? No, seriously. I mean, I know you guys
I'm
are
being quite
chastising.
serious
I'm
because the
serious
Urban
too.
League
I
is
haven't heard
very,
nothing.
the Urban League is very engaged in the lawsuits, as is the NAACP. They are very engaged in that action. So they have partnered with other groups to deal with that. And they're also engaged in trying to strategize private partnerships to create opportunities in the gap that's going to be made with all of this stuff that's happening with the federal government.
But they also can't do anything without money. So along with membership goes, along with the lack of membership comes a lack of funding. So people don't participate in, they don't give them money because over time we have allowed, this goes hand in hand with the lack of education. This goes hand in hand with the being propagandized. We have examples of that on stage as we speak. People succumb to the notion that these groups are old and that they don't serve a purpose anymore and that they're not as vocal, even though they're doing the real work, as Dr. A.G. has just so eloquently laid out. They do a lot of the work behind the scenes, and they do have people that come and speak on people's behalf. There have been instances where the NAA has supported Sabrina Fulton during the time when Trayvon Martin was killed. There's a lot of things that they do, and countless others after that. They were involved in Mike Brown in St. Louis. There's a lot of if you're looking for things that they do publicly and visibly, they do a lot of different things. But we have to understand what they are and what their function is. They do exactly what they can do with the lack of membership and with the lack because they're not funded well. They've not been able to evolve into the new time period.
I mean, this is the information age. I'm sorry, Jim Ameland. This is the information age, and there's a lot of ways to get, to to reinvent your organization if that's what you want to do, and get the word out there. I don't know what's going on because literally, if you start asking people to get involved, if you start making yourself more visible and your message more clear, there's nobody else. Never mind. I'm gonna go on mute.
I'm just saying you're not even right path.
One second, Gwen. I do think I would love to see them more visible, but they are absolutely taking steps to try to fight Trump. Like 1,000%, they're not in that. They did file a lawsuit against the DOE, right, for cutting off the funding, right? And they really pushed back against DEI when that came out. We might not have heard about it because it wasn't as publicly broadcast, but they're actually doing the legal work. Like they're filing the lawsuits that actually contest the actions that Trump is taking right now. So it's not as publicized as we would like to see it, but they definitely are fighting Trump.
And that's what I'm saying. Like they can't do that without new blood. Like you're talking about people who were involved in the '80s who are now in their 80s. You need new blood. You need people who understand the importance of it. And it's not everybody, but they just don't have I mean, when people say that, they always look at them as eternal organizations who will continue to do the work no matter what. But we don't often understand that we are now the people who are supposed to be the people involved in that. And many of us are not.
It's their charge. It's their charge to get, if they're 80, just like, oh my God, I don't want to have this conversation, but can I just say this word? Just like Maxine Waters, she's getting ready to, I guess, retire. I'm not sure when or how, where, but just like we're saying, you have to you're the emeritus, you have to bring people behind you, and you have to know how to get that done. That's their charge. It's not my charge. It's their charge. So let us know what what's going on, what you need, what you want to do, whatever, and then I'll be there to support. But I don't have the expertise in this. I don't know the ins and outs of nothing of this. That's their charge to educate me.
80, right? I
No, they're not at all.
I have three students who are a part of the Civil Rights Division, and they are the ones who do the legal cases. So not everybody is old. And sometimes you have to go to the place where the information is. Then end up and somebody put something in the chat, and my clearly you don't know what these organizations are, what their purpose is, and how they work. Because the NAACP and early, they're not gonna be blasting on Instagram. They're not gonna be blasting on social media. They're gonna put out informationals. They're gonna put out updates, and that's how they work. There's a very narrow line. I didn't interrupt. There's a very narrow line that these organizations have to walk in doing the work that they do. And so I guess I just I guess I just don't get it, because they have a website that announces what they do, where they're appearing, what their conferences are, what their conventions are, what the projects are that they're working on. That, like Quinn said, they ask for public donations to support their work. I don't know, and I will confess to a bit of, and I've said this before, like a bit of impatience when I hear, as I often do, I hear people talk about inaction when there is clearly action. And being uninformed isn't always the responsibility of the source about which you want the information. There's labor that goes into keeping oneself informed and active. And I just had this conversation today, and my comment was, get up and find out. You can find out. The information is out there, but sometimes you have to seek it. It's not just fall in your lap. So I admit my impatience around this, because this is something that I'm consistently confronting, and it's very aggravating. And I don't.
And Dr. Rachel, just to be
Can
clear.
I ask you, as an instructor, as somebody in it, so these young people don't know anything about that?
That's not true. That is not
Ma'am?
true. College
Okay,
campuses
all right.
have
Some
college
people, okay, can I say
campuses have
some?
NAACP sections. They have
Can
a
I say
full
some?
college division.
Not all college campuses, not all.
Lisa, let me bridge
There's
the
not
gap
one on
with you.
Cal Berkeley, there's not. I'll shut up in a minute. I'll shut up in a minute, because I feel like I'm getting pushed back, and I welcome it. I don't have a problem with it. But every kid doesn't know about the NAACP, and it's not on every college campus. It probably is on a college campus. I'm not denying that. But I know the ones that I'm active on, I kind of look for these organizations. I want my kids to know. I want them to be involved. But that's not the case. So every college campus they're not on. I'm just asking, this the way we're in the society right now, with the way we disseminate information, you're saying that we need to get out there and find it out. But a lot of kids don't know where to go to find this kind of, they don't know about it, none of that. SNCC, NAACP, Urban League. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are wrong.
No, I could be wrong, but am I the only one who's wrong? About 17.
Can I just say this
No,
about the
Liz,
university?
you're right,
Can
you're
I
right.
just respond to this about the university? Can I just respond to this? So, you're correct. Every campus in the country doesn't have um, a chapter of every organization. You are absolutely correct. Most cities, if you are located near a major city, there is some arm of the organization that is present. My point, and this is what I actually tell students, that you have to go out and get active. And so it's not true that young people on college campuses are not engaged with these organizations. A lot of young people use these organizations to introduce them to leadership if they are interested in that sort of thing. So the campus orgs are their avenue for that. A lot of these young people are active in campus organizations, and the social justice organizations are a very popular avenue for students, and this is across Constitution, for example, the NAACP chapter was so active. They demanded a meeting with the university chancellor, and every month they met with the university chancellor to discuss what their issues were with the campus culture. So it's not fair to say that the young people aren't engaged. It's just not fair.
Well, I never said that. I said
You did. You said they don't know about it.
they don't. Ma'am,
And I'm saying that's not true.
Okay, so the people that you know, I don't know every
But
single.
Lisa, it's not just people that I know.
I'm talking about the people that I know, because that's my only resource. I cannot
Right.
talk about people I don't know. I cannot
Right,
talk
so
about
your
colleges I don't
population
know.
is smaller than mine.
Probably.
Yes, as I advise organizations, and so I know how they coordinate across college campuses across the country. So
Okay.
there are very active young people. That's all.
And I'm aware of that, and that's what I'm trying to curate within my own situation. But I just admitted that I don't know everything, and I don't ever claim to know everything, and I don't want to, because at that point in time, then my time on this earth is over. But what I'm saying to you,
It's not about knowing everything.
no, I'm just saying, okay.
Struggle.
Let me go.
Let me say this real quick, right?
No, real quick. Like, yo,
Hold on, John is a moderator talking.
Real quick. I hear both of their sides because I totally understand what Dr. AG is saying. They are active. They do have a Instagram with a couple million followers on there, right? I would love to see them I know they need a budget to do this, but have a budget to reach out to the influencers because a lot of the times the young people are more in touch with like not just an isolated social media page, but they follow certain influencers, and if you can get them to reconvey that message, I think it would be heavily impactful. The Urban League last month did put out a state of an emergency PSA. It went out onto major news networks. They said we're under attack, right? They are part of the lawsuit against the DOE along with the NAACP that was filed in February, right? This hasn't been like big news because they don't want to highlight this in the news, but this is happening. So there is pushback. But on the other side, on the flip side, like what Lisa's saying, I understand too. Like I would like to see them in more locations. I know they need funding to do so, and I know they're soliciting and looking for it, but you have to really go out there and actively look to support them, right? Because they don't have the funding that they need. There is no, like my daughter goes to UCLA, there's no NAACP chapter on that campus. None. Zero. Not even student run. Nothing. Right? They only are listed as off campus. My daughter complains about that. So I see both sides of the coin.
Well, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Yo, what I'm saying is without young
Really didn't turn over the
people
darkness
that
to
want
the
to join
dark.
NAACP and all that, it would die. You need new blood in there. That's the truth. And then, you know what I mean? I raised my nieces in them. They're all college. In their masters. You feel me? So like, you know what I mean? I went to school for a little bit. I got an associate. I just in the calculus. I got the statistics. I took all that. So like, I'm just like, now I'm a little older. I'm just like, some of it didn't make any sense to me. I'm just like, what's the point? You know what I mean? So I'd rather just work, get a family, and raise them to be successful. You know what I mean? I'm a man. Like, what's the point? What is the point of that?
That is what I've been asking this whole time. The reason why the NAACP, first of all, the NAACP never had to be on college campuses to be relevant. So people sought out the NAACP to be a part of it because of what we're experiencing now are younger people who some of your parents haven't explained to them the importance of the NAACP, and probably because you haven't seen the importance of the NAACP, and it's because people don't think it's relevant in its time because you don't actually know the work they're doing. You're not seeing them on TV. You're not seeing, but you do see them. You just don't know that you're seeing them. I guess maybe that's not the best explanation, but they do very important work. They've been doing very important work. It's just when people think that they're not doing something according to whatever they think that their stance for activism is or speaking out on certain issues. That's not the only work that's being done. There's a lot of work and very important work that has been done by loudmouth people or people who are very quiet, and they do have times when they are loud too. So I mean, that is a little bit confusing. So there's times when they do their work when they're doing the real work. So we just have to get by and support them. They shouldn't have to find us. We should find them.
Transparently, I've been a member since I was
Money makes more money than
So there's times when they actually.
So money, you gotta make money to make money.
This doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, sir.
Then you do
Respectfully, it doesn't. Nothing to do with what we're talking
It
about.
does.
Let that man speak. He raised his nieces and nephews and put them through college. Let that man speak.
I'll go
No,
after.
I know all the time.
Yeah.
Money makes more money than labor. That is true. Regardless how you think about it.
You're wrong for that.
That is true. There is no point in labor if you could use money to make money.
I'm gonna follow up on what Quinn was saying. I don't know I'm not as in depth with the NAACP. I know they're good, but I know more of the National Urban League because I had one of my family members. We actually interviewed her here on the app a year or two ago in one of my spaces. She's since retired from her position in the National Urban League. They do a lot of good in their respective chapters. My aunt, who was the CEO of the chapter in her major city, she instituted a shoe program for the youth, for not just African American youth, but she opened it up to anyone who was in need. Especially in this time of going back to school, making sure that kids from families of less means had all that they needed. They have a youth program where they're getting youth involved. In her chapter, or I should keep saying her chapter, she's in her former chapter, they have financial literacy programs. They have helped young people, especially young black people, take one foot into home ownership and that first step into wealth building that has so often passed us by because of redlining and other things of that nature that have held us back as a community. So this is something that I recognize my own biases because this is something that I've grown up with within my own family structure. But I know that's not available to all. But they're just looking. I encourage. Well, I was about to say open up the yellow pages, but Google your own respective city. If there isn't a chapter within your own city, see if there's one nearby. Mark Morales, the head of the overall National Urban League, they have something going on. I think by the end of this week in Harlem with Right, Wrong, or Indifferent with Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III. If you get on the email or if you become a member, you're privy to this information.
Yes.
And that's just anyone.
Brian, open up the yellow
I have a question. I have a question to Dr.
Good to
AG.
see you.
Dr. AG, do you believe that those colleges don't have chapters because majority of people that are there, right?
I think that's some of it, yeah. Because the student organizations can only be founded by students. So, I'll say that anyway. Yeah, student organizations.
Yeah, I'm asking because I know UH has a chapter, so obviously we know UH is majority Black and Hispanic college.
And a lot of the schools that have them, the chapters are older, and the students have just carried it. So there was a school actually in Indiana that they were like revitalizing theirs. They were bringing theirs back. This was like maybe 10, 15 years ago. They were bringing theirs back because it had languished, and they were renewing it. And so there is a resurgence of it. But yeah, that's why it's the student population. And different universities have different rules for how to form student organizations, but at most universities, you can form a student organization with as little as 5 people. It doesn't take a lot.
My high school had a chapter. I was a part of it. We were paying dues with the national chapter since I was a senior in high school.
So basically, I got here. What I did.
Yeah, we here, Brooklyn.
Okay, so basically, it would take for the kid to want to be involved, but then it will also take for the parent to, like, kind of encourage them to be involved in something like that. So if that's not happening, then
Correct, and you would also have to encourage your child probably to go
Right.
to a school that has, more of the black community.
But they
The majority of the black community.
but they got local chapters outside of college.
Oh,
So
of
you can
course.
do it outside of college.
But I believe that it's also the parent encouraging the child. The child
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like it would probably be based on the parents' involvement. So it's like a trickle down. If you're not involved, if you're not really telling your kids, you're not pro black with your kids, then your kids ain't pro black either.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this, because earlier you asked me her. I thought that initially because UCLA only has like 5 to 6% black, right? So I figured that must be why they don't have a formal NAACP chapter, right? But then I started doing my research, and there are a lot of HBCUs that don't have a formal NAACP chapter. So it's not just a percentage. That's not it. They have it's usually student initiated. If the students aren't, like you said, being parented in that way, or they don't have mentors or affiliates that are going in that direction to kind of motivate them to organize and seek out formal affiliation with the NAACP, it doesn't happen. It's usually student initiated. It doesn't matter if it's, like Dr. AG said, 4 or 5 students. It doesn't matter. As long as they get initiated and formally affiliate, you're there, right? But they're just not being motivated to do so, or they're joining other groups and they just have other focuses. And that's more the problem than the amount of black students that are there.
And honestly, being uninformed just really can't be an excuse, especially as a black person. I feel like what'd you say?
I just said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so it's like, I don't feel like people should have to be motivated. Like, you should want to do this. Like, you see how that black people have certain issues in this country, brown people have certain issues, so that should motivate you. But I feel like we debilitate young people by, saying things like they don't know, so help them. Like, pass it down. I mean, like you said, information just does not fall out the air. You got it. Any information, even information on Instagram, you still gotta go get it. You have to reach for it, and if you want to verify it, you have to research it further. So I think that's kind of our problem, is that we are so oh, it's not right here, in front of me. So oh well, they don't know about it. It's like, what? I don't even know that type of thought process. Go out and get it, find out somebody doing it.
And I think one of the things I recognize, because being 76, I've now taught several generations, and these 18, I would say these 18 to 24-year-olds and other people thereabout, but for that particular demographic, they are some of the most uninformed, claiming having access to information people I have ever met. They have access to more information than even I could have imagined accessing, and without doing any work. They don't have to leave their homes, right? They don't even have to be home. They could be in a public restroom in McDonald's and access information. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and as a Gen Xer, I think Gen X has to take responsibility for the poor education of their children, the poor foundation building and rooting their children in a certain cultural So yes, it is the parents. You have to get your kid anchored in the tradition and encourage your child to work to create and continue the Black Project, which is access to the franchise and the privileges and rights of citizenship for everyone. And if you're not doing it, your kid's not gonna do it either.
Uh-oh.
And your kid gonna find kids who ain't doing it. And then we gonna be fucked up sideways in the world.
You mean just like we are now, Dr. AJ? You talking about that?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
So how many of y'all are card carrying posters of the LACP in here?
I'm actually probably still a member.
And the Urban League.
I'm a member of the National Urban League.
And the National Council of Negro Women.
Yeah, my
I'm
daughter.
the National African. I'm African certified.
I'm a certified African.
Urban League.
Oh.
Lord have mercy. I'm also a member.
That's a troll.
I'm also a
That's a
member.
troll.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trolling. I'm sorry.
That's
You
a
sound-
troll.
I'm also a member of the
Let's
CBC.
continue with our membership announcements.
I'm also a member of the CBC. You all can be a member of the CBC as well.
Well, I'm not a member of anything, but I'm still hella pro-black.
It's not even expensive. It's really not expensive.
I'm just not. Maybe I'll join. It's good. But Patty, you trying to speak?
I hope this will inspire people to seek out.
Yes, I'm inspired, Dr. AG. Thank you so much. I really am. No, I just am inspired. No, seriously, I'm inspired. No, seriously. I already said, and I may need to join an organization at this age in my life. And then why not? You know what I mean? Especially now.
I'm sorry.
It makes sense. So, please don't talk to me. It makes sense for me to, join something like that and be involved in community outreach. I mean, I've done community outreach outside of all of those organizations, but it wouldn't hurt, you know what I'm saying? Join. I'm not tripping.
And let's be clear also, just because we're in the information age doesn't mean that people are going to be informed. To Dr. A.G.'s point, I mean, that you can have information at your fingertips, but you don't have any guidance. Information without guidance is useless. You haven't been guided, and parents don't direct their children toward those things. And if they don't know, then obviously how are you going to, the blind can't lead the blind. So there are people who don't understand the importance of guiding their children, not just to being part of organizations, but understanding in general. So when you don't do that, then, there's only nothing to continue passing along. So, I mean, they have all the information at their fingertips they want. Don't matter. Nothing you can do with it if you haven't been guided, you haven't been shown how to use it.
You know what I mean? I raised her basically, but they're all she was a student president. I made sure, you gotta be, what's the point of you even being in council school if you're not a student president? And I told my nephew, what's the point of playing basketball if you ain't the best? What's the point? I look what's the point? You know what I'm saying? You gotta be the best. And they became the best. He became the best. That's what it is. Gotta be the, what's the point? I average 17 points a game. You can Google me. It ain't true.
What the hell going on?
I'm a Brooklyn on this. I mean, listen, I try to call it.
Google me. If you're gonna do something, be the best. What's the point?
Absolutely.
What are you doing it for?
Totally agree with you, brother.
I think this is the under 24 that Dr. A.G. was speaking on. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Well, here's the thing. Even if it's trolling, during a serious conversation, it's still juvenile. Just because you don't have the ability to participate in adult conversations, and then you try to
Get your kid involved in something younger.
It's crazy.
When you get them involved when they're young in some of these organizations, they go off the call.
You're in the Matrix, Patty. You must have rolled into some bad.
When I was little, my mom had Martin Luther King Day.
do little paintings that they would auction off at their, because they always have their annual gala. When I was in Fort Stewart, or when my dad was in Fort Stewart, and I went down to see him in Fort Stewart, they have this thing in South Carolina. They have this big dinner right before the Masters, because the Masters is it's a bunch of, or some kind of thing they have in Hilton. It's something like the Masters. You know what I'm talking about, Dr. E.G.?
Yeah, they have, I think it's Ted Turner who does that golf tournament. That's what you're talking about?
You
Is that what you're talking about, the golf tournament?
can't pay the bills with words. You can only pay the bills with skills.
Some people move him now.
And you pay the bill.
Wait, hold on. Let me say something real quick. I've been real quiet. And I listened to this conversation about the education. And I agree, the Gen X has a responsibility when it comes down to the education. But I also think when it comes down to emotional intelligence, that also needs to be something that needs to be an example. And the example that is shown in this room on a constant basis is not something that I would want the generation that is coming up to resemble. Why? Because it doesn't look good. So you're constantly complaining about somebody else, but nobody's looking in the mirror. Carry on.
Was that for me?
It's for whoever wants to take it.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have to be anybody specific. I don't target people. I'm just saying I'm putting it out there.
Okay. For my money, if again, and that has a place in the conversation as well. But for my money, if we're having a serious debate or a serious conversation, and there are people not interested in that, and visibly so, I think removing them is probably a better option than engaging them, and especially when it's not in good faith. If it's in good faith, that's a different approach. They just can't participate in the conversation, or maybe don't have the information, but are willing to learn. Totally different thing. And when people are doing what this cat is doing to my right, that's disruptive because he doesn't prioritize sensible conversation. And he clearly does not participate. It really doesn't prioritize. It's disruptive.
Yeah, let's just recalibrate. Let's refocus. Patty, your internet was going in and out, so we couldn't hear. You were saying something about if you start them early.
Yeah, if you start them early, a lot of times these kids do things on their own. Like with my daughter, when she went off to college, she was like, I'm gonna join the Young Democratic Party. So it's like, she's joined that. She's like done this too. She's part of some black something union, something. Because there's only so many black kids at her school, right? She union. She does. She volunteers at the Boys and Girls Club for tutoring for kids. There's a lot of things that they do on their own if you start them young, and it's something that they take the initiative to do it. If you start them young, right? So even when I was a little kid, who actually got us into the.
You're gone again.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yes.
When you were young, who actually started?
Yeah, my mom paid for it. She was the one that paid for us to join the NAACP. And we would go to a church once a month, and they would have meetings. This was before the phone calls and then the monthly meetings, because now they do this mass phone call and you get to hear like what's going on, what the agenda is. But back then they didn't have the monthly phone calls. It was once a month. We had to show up, dress up, go to this church, and they would have the meetings. And it was an Asian woman. It wasn't my black dad. So I don't know. And I think it's good to get your kids involved in these things, and they'll take initiative and do other things.
Everybody, to your age, your mom for keeping you connected to the culture. She did a good job.
You don't.
But I'm saying she wanted you to know it, and that's what's important.
But that's like part of the point. It doesn't matter that she didn't know the culture. She knew, you know what I'm saying, to get you involved. And
Yeah.
a lot of these parents, they don't be teaching their kid about no pride about being black. And so when like the issues that people don't understand that there are specific black issues. Everybody want to be different. And that's fine. But we're not going to get anywhere trying to separate ourselves from the things that are actually uniting us, whether it be through struggle or whatever. But I think that saying that people don't know about something has never been and should not be an excuse now. And I think that we need to really rectify that.
I think a lot of the parents aren't proud of being black themselves. A lot of them want to be racially ambiguous if they could. They don't want to stand next to a black community, identify with the black community. They want to distance themselves as well. So you can't expect them to relay that type of information to their children. Your children are probably following suit. They watching the way their parents moving are doing the exact same thing. They're not proud of their skin either.
And I feel like that's why people don't understand didn't understand Kamala, because one thing that I will say about her that irritated me the most is when people would try to say she wasn't black or bring up the fact that she was the first Indian woman, because you can be both. You can have two heritages or whatever, and be entrenched in both of them. Like, that's the beauty about being a human and having a brain. But everybody just thinks that because she said I'm the first Indian woman, and because she, is proud of her Indian heritage, that she's not black. And that just to me is very indicative of how people don't understand what being black is. And I feel like when I was growing up, when I was younger, even non-black people understood blackness and that we had a certain pride about ourselves. And I don't see that anymore at all. Never, ever.
We're living in a post-Obama generation. Those are espousals from people in the post-Obama generation. Like those, and don't get me wrong, there's some people in our generation, there's Gen X people who believe in the same thing, but there weren't as many of them because we saw a different world than they've seen. And we're just at that precipice. Like we're almost 20 years removed from that, from the election of a black president, which not only for some white people thought that we were in a post-racial era, but there's some white folks who thought we were in a post-racial era. So there are people who are raising their children without the knowledge of who we actually are, compounded with the fact that we have piss poor education and the pride that comes along with knowing who you are. So, and there are people who think that they've arrived and that we're in some post-racial era, and that they don't have that knowing being black doesn't mean the same thing, or that it just means that I'm an American.
Quinn, let me ask you this though. What would that matter, right? Let's say Trump is a black advocate. He is on our side. He's pro-black. Everything he's doing is to empower minorities. Let's say that. This is hypothetical. We all know that's not the case, but let's just have that conversation. You still should be very, very, very adamant about them understanding who we are historically, what history has done for and to us, and how that we are viewed, period. It doesn't matter if it's post-racial, pre-racial, current, it doesn't matter. That's still a very, very important part of who you are, who we are, who they are, how the world views them, what makes us us. That's still super important.
You'll get no argument from me. What I'm saying is that the visual, the fact that we've had a black president, and there are people who are now almost adults who were born in that time, at the time that he was president, who were just born. There are people who are almost 18 years old. You understand what I'm saying? That since that's what I mean. So there are people who've grown up in a post-racial Obama era. I mean, who've grown up in a post-racial Obama era, who who think because we've had people running for president who have actually been president, that somehow we're in that post-racial era, so that it doesn't mean as much as maybe some in the generation before have claimed that it is.
And not to mention the fact that we're in a society now where all of a sudden Black Americans in particular, Black people, whatever, can't talk about, you know, what their ancestors been through, the oppression that they went through. Oh, you trying to, they looking at us like we want a pity party and we just telling the truth about history. And it's our own people that's doing that too. Oh, you don't need exhibit of slavery. What you wanna, why you wanna always be the victim? How many times we done heard that? And this is the type of shit that we going through right now, where it's other populace of people all over the world, and they went through shit too, and they get to talk about it. They get to show what we came out of. It's different for us. They got people that you don't want to watch movies about slavery, oh, because we wasn't slaves. We got people saying that this shit ain't happened. We got groups of people saying that we from from Israel, goddamn, we was born here. It's all this shit going on at the same time. And it's just like, it's disheartening as fuck.
Because nobody has been taught. I'm gonna say this real quick. Sorry, Dr. AG. I was just gonna say because we don't know any Black history. I don't like. There's nothing you can tell me about Black people. Nothing. Absolutely nothing that would make me not want to be Black or be ashamed of that. You could show me the worst situation in Chicago or the slums. It's never gonna make me not want to be Black. I'm never gonna be embarrassed. A lot of these people are embarrassed. The way they talk about Black people, the way they refer to them, you can tell that they're embarrassed. I'm not like that because I was taught about being Black from very, very small. So I don't have, and I'm not trying to offend nobody, but I don't have a lot of the inferiority complexes that a lot of people have because that's what I know from beginning. From before I knew about George Washington and those forefathers, I knew about my actual ancestors. So I really do think that it's important that you know these things because like even what Patty was saying, her mother, not even a Black person, pushed her toward these things because she knew what her child was going to face in life. And so now, as an adult, you know, she knows these things. She has these things embedded in her as a Black person, and you can't take those things from a person. And those things, they always stay with you. If you have none of that, if all you see and all you associate Blackness with is sexy red and hip hop, and then you may have a hard time, even though that still doesn't make me feel no type of way. But you may have a hard time grasping what we're so proud about and what we're going on and on about. But to me, Black culture is the most beautiful culture, and everybody should know about it. Not just Black people, but the fact that our own people don't want to know or are so embarrassed and just talk about us like we're dogs. It's sad to me. It's really, really sad.
That's also, I always say this, man, and there is as active, more active, more pronounced, more deliberate effort to miseducate people, way bigger than there is to educate people. So Brooklyn, what you hear, and in line with what Just was just saying, what you hear is the byproduct of that. Is people not having any pride in who they are because they just don't know who they are. They don't know anything. All they know about Black history is what they see in their current world. That's it. And that's sad. Like to us, that's foreign because we learned Black history. We saw Black people. Some of the people that are mentioned in this so-called Black history are people that we know, that we got to experience ourselves. So I mean, it's just, it is disheartening, but to understand it gives you a little bit of, reprieve. But it's disheartening. It's crazy to listen to, but and I remember, we're in an era post a Black president. There's some people who think that
Randy, I don't know what you mean the face of blackness. Like, I don't think there's a face of blackness. I think that black people, I don't, and I think that y'all don't understand. To me, that's dehumanizing to think that we don't have a myriad of people. Like we have an Ida B. Wells, so we will have a Sexy Red. We're gonna have people with varying values, that ain't gonna line up with what you think. Like, that's what being a human is. Like, some people are different. Some people, why, I don't understand why that's so bad to black people. I really, really don't get that.
Because she's approaching with a different mind, though, Just. You see the stuff she wrote earlier. Like, her question is, why should we watch slavery movies? Is that empowering us in some way? Like this, she's exactly what we're talking about.
Actually.
Yeah, absolutely empowering.
You did say that. You said it's only a few full facts.
Super
You
empowering.
said exactly that.
It
It builds resilience, it builds determination, it builds stick-to-itness. Okay, is my mic broke? Okay. I'm sorry. And I think that's the problem with these young people, is that they have a heightened level of insecurity and anxiety about their status as citizens because they do not understand the power that they stand in because of where they came from. And that is a problem. When you begin to see your history, right? When you begin to see your history as an impediment, you are lost. You are lost.
And so we have people that look at our history as Black Americans as an impediment, so they're making up shit. They're just, grasping at straws, pulling things out the air, and calling themselves this fully thing that they have never even grew up in. They're actually taking what we had, the way we cook, the way we dance, the things that we say, and they're making it their thing. It's just like, I did get so frustrated with a particular group of niggas on the app. Let's just say that I'm really trying not to even talk to them right now, even though one of them is in the chat. Because you all have this idea of Black America that is not Black American. And it's so obvious. And then you try to take things away and ask questions about things that is obviously there, like boats and shit. Like, how else did anybody get over here if it wasn't for a boat? Like, it's so fucking frustrating, y'all. Y'all just don't even understand how pissed off I be most of the time in most of these lame ass conversations with these lame ass people.
So what I said was, no one wants to watch a slavery movie every Easter. I know I don't. I didn't like when I was the only maybe 2 or 3 Black kids in class, and then the teacher fucking rolls on the television, and we watching a slavery movie, and now everybody's staring at me, the only Black kid in the class. You like, I don't like that. I didn't like that feeling growing up. So no one is saying do not teach. No one is saying take away history. No one is saying don't know where you come from. But why is it that we lead with the most horrific event that happened to us as people? Why can't we lead with excellence and still know our culture and our history at the same time? That's like waking up every day looking in the mirror. Slavery, being cheated. That's like waking up every day, looking in the mirror and saying, I'm stupid, I'm an idiot, I can't do nothing, oh, I'm gonna go.
My friend who's leading Holocaust educator.
Over yourself if you're constantly, I'm not saying you people, but there are people constantly live in this mentality like, this is what happened 400 years ago, this is it. Like, at what point do you detach and say, yep, that happened 400 or 500 years ago, but that's not what's happening to me today, and I'm going to teach my history, I'm going to teach my kids, I'm going to let everybody know, and it should not be removed from history books, it should not be removed from museums, but we should not lead with that. There's so many Black excellent inventors and doctors. Why don't we talk about that? It should be every time we watch a movie, it should be about that, not us being beat, raped, killed, and destroyed as people. It doesn't make sense.
You haven't heard of the word person.
I just wanna,
Real quick. I just want to say this one
let
thing.
Dr. AG go and then I wanna reply to
Just
her.
one quick. Randy, one of the first doctors, right? One of the first virologists, if now what you call them, in this country was an enslaved person. So slavery is a story of excellence, right? But we don't know that history because that part isn't told. But that's why we have a responsibility to tell the story. So I don't get what you're talking about when you say don't lead with that.
Because
That is the excellence. That is the excellence, though.
that is excellent. Really quick, hold on to Dr. AG. Now, I didn't even know that. Now, we led with that. This is a story where these excellent people derived from, and this is how we blah, blah, blah. We don't hear it that way. What we hear was we were slaves, white supremacy, oppression, we were beat, they took everything from us, and blah, blah, blah. It's not, I'm not saying we should not complain or we shouldn't fight, but it's more of a complaint and a woe is me that we came from this shit and look who we are today and we keep on striving. Not saying you people in this room, but the overall majority of black people, when you hear and talk to them about struggle, it always goes back to look what they did to us. We hear Head Start, blah, 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 blah. Instead of, you know what? We take sessions from shit and look back today and we keep on making strides to be better people. But that's not what we really get, Dr. AG, and we know that.
Why do you not look at that as a critique on how it's, the way it's being taught, who's teaching it, and, when you said that they roll out the movie and the people stare at you, why are you not, that's not your fault, that's them. They're ignorant. So, to me, that's the fucked up part right there, that they make you as a black person, you feel bad about something, and that is overcoming. To me, when I see slavery, it's like, dang, the black people are well represented in every facet of America, and we came from that. That's the biggest story. I don't know. I look at it different.
Absolutely. I have a really
Wait. This is a black conversation. Please, thank you. So, I want to know, have you guys ever heard of the word perseverance? People
yeah.
are overcoming.
To my point,
Can you please, Austin, please? Because I do want to hear him because he's going to make a point. I want to make. Okay. Okay, good. Austin, I'm going to let you go.
I have the floor for a moment.
Okay, hurry up because I got to go somewhere. Make your point.
Oh, cool. One of the most wonderful clubhouse rooms ever. One of the leading Holocaust educators in the world, Sammy Seidman, he spoke about how surviving the Holocaust, he likes to use the word, he's a survivor of the Holocaust. He doesn't use the word victim. He doesn't think of himself as a victim. He was a victim, but he, in his mind, his mindset is survivor, perseverance, etc. And that's what I have to say. And Sammy Steigman's awesome. He's one of the coolest influencers on Clubhouse.
I just want to follow up. I want to follow on that. No, it wasn't. I'm not going to say why. Because one of the things that we as Black people have to acknowledge is that we have, many of us, and this goes to Brady's point, many of us have internalized the shame of slavery as our burden. And his point goes to the way other people who have suffered such inhumanity
understanding and constantly driving home that the fight, the desire, the persistence and dogged determination to own other people, to to depersonalize, dehumanize those other people, right? To recognize their humanity, yet not treat them as humans, that means there is something inherently wrong with those people. So I think this notion of how we talk about our experience, right? How we talk about it amongst ourselves, how we listen to other people talk about it and don't correct them, feeds into all the stuff that we're talking about as well. The history part, what the young people are doing, why the young people don't know their history, all of that. I think it is connected.
So I take that a different way. So I don't disagree with your take on that. From what he just introduced, meaning Austin, it sounded as if Austin is framing. First of all, Austin, I'm speaking. I would. No. I was speaking for Super Will.
Austin, don't interrupt.
Austin,
I'm being very nice, my brother. I would like you to be quiet. Thank you. So Austin is framing from the beginning of his conversation, framing is as if, when he used the example of the Holocaust survivor, as if black people present themselves as victims. That is never a narrative of black people when we refer to slavery.
Brandy just said it though, Quinn. Brandy just said that.
All right, but Brandy assumes the mind of people like Austin.
No, I don't.
But the reality is that
You're misrepresenting.
We do not present, I don't care what anyone is saying, we do not present ourselves as victims. That narrative has come from racist white people who have framed us that way because we have spoken about our history, because they have a problem with it because of the way it makes them feel. We do not frame, that word has never associated us with us. We have never framed ourselves as victims.
That's not fair to say. But that's not fair to say in the 21st century because you have black people running around here telling other black people to talk about slavery is too cliche. Talk about
Hold on, Dr. AJ. I think Mel's off the machine.
To talk about slavery is to claim victimhood, right? So there are very many black people who are doing that. So I don't think that it's fair to say. I don't know if this is the right place. I don't know that might be. Yeah, I don't think that that's fair. I gotta go because I gotta.
Thank you. And
Well, hold on, really quick. No, wait. To Quinn's point, you're absolutely right. But that's the loudest people, Quinn, are the ones that have that victim mentality. That's what you hear more of.
I don't see it.
I'm maybe not in.
What's a victim
I'm
just waiting.
The whole woe is me, and they're not coming from the place that you guys are coming from. Like we came from this and we are here. They're coming from, I can't do this because this is what happened 400 years ago. That's more of what you hear. And that was my point.
Randy, to be fair, right? I hear what you're saying, and I've heard that stand being taken. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to us, black people, people do be victims. Woe do be them. Like, honestly, it is not as easy for a lot of people as it may have been for us. Like, I don't understand why we can't come to that reality. We live in this individualist fucking mind life. Like, everybody around us that is going through something is going through it. And it's all their fault. Systems do be against them. Things do be happening, whether we like to admit it or not. Like I make fun and jokes about people that want to be whoa, but I understand too. At the end of the day, people really do be going through shit, and that's what y'all need to keep on the forefront. This is what y'all voted against as well, because you wasn't thinking about those people that are actual
happening regardless if Trump is in office or Kamala. It's still right, white supremacy. All these things are still happening. These
It shouldn't happen. If the Democrats was in the office, the shit that's happening now wouldn't have been happening.
Well, it's still maybe not in maybe not in your face, but it still was happening. It may not happen. Trump was more in your face about it.
He's erasing laws to protect our people, Brandy. He literally is erasing laws that was put in place to protect us, and he using this whole immigration thing to convince niggas that it's a good idea, and it ain't. Like, so what? Somebody else get to fucking experience the freedoms that we as Black Americans fought to fucking to have. So what? The fact of the matter is the freedoms were in place and they're getting taken away from everybody because a group of people felt that somebody else was getting it what their just due was. That's stupid. That is dumb. We are marginalized. Okay? We are marginalized. We are a group of marginalized people. We are constantly under attack. Constantly. You know that as a Black woman. You're a Black woman. You hear all of this shit that be going on the internet. You walk outside, you see how people might treat you or look at you. You see how men might look at you. You don't need a fucking statistic or a fucking poll to realize that this shit is actually happening. That's what I don't understand. Like, you can't say, I'm done with people saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are alike. They are not. They are not. They are not alike at all. They are not.
And again,
okay? And I need y'all to really come to that realization because it's not true. Stop saying it. It's not true.
Absolutely, Berkeley.
Yeah, go ahead.
You made a very good point. It was moderately divergent from what I was expressing, yet it was brilliant, and I thank you. I just want to say what I said, I said.
Well, I would be open to understanding because the way I heard that, and maybe you didn't mean it that way, when people compare our circumstances to people for whom we do not have the same circumstances, that is what the way I receive that. You can't compare my people to any other people in this country because none of them have had the same circumstances that we've had. Not only that, but people like the gentleman you mentioned are in a position to say that they are survivors because at some point that indignation came to an end for them. It is persistent in our current reality, whether some of us want to acknowledge that or not.
An important point I mentioned when I was speaking earlier is he was a victim of the Holocaust. He survived and lived and didn't have a high statistical chance of surviving. He was a victim of the murderous attack of the Nazis. Yet he survived. And in his mind and mindset, he uses the word, I'm a survivor. I don't think of myself as a victim. I don't use.
So what is it that you're trying to espouse by saying that? Is what I guess is what I'm trying. Is what I would ask you. What exactly are you saying in comparison to what you in comparison to the conversation? What would be the purpose?
I was chiming in after hearing Brandy's earlier.
Right, but what Brandy is saying is incorrect as well. I'm asking you based on what you responded to with her. What exactly are you trying to espouse? What is it that you're trying to say? By giving us the example of that gentleman who was a survivor of the Holocaust versus people who espouse, are you saying this versus people who have been involved, who are descendants of slaves, espousing that they are victims of slavery? It would make sense that those people felt that way because those things persist into today. The effects of those things doesn't mean we haven't gotten better.
When he's a motivational speaker, his mindset is I survived.
I understand. That's not what I'm asking you. I am asking you as you introduced that, how, in comparison to what we're talking about, what is the relativity?
As you said, I don't believe it's very possible to compare. The coach urgency of it, thinking about curriculum design, which is where I got it.
What I'm telling you is that he didn't internalize it any differently than we did. We don't present ourselves as victims. We don't. We are the most solvent people on this fucking earth as far as I'm concerned. We don't present ourselves as victims. When we speak about slavery, we don't do it in a way to say that we were victims of slavery. We don't present ourselves that way. Much like the person you're talking about presents himself as a survivor of the Holocaust. We are survivors of slavery. We are the descendants of slavery. Descendant,
which was the part I was saying, the mindset of I survived this.
Right, well, you're supposed to go ahead.
I joined the conversation when Brandy was discussing curriculum design. I'm a liberal. I actually saw on the British Broadcasting Channel that trigger warnings make a lot of sense, and there's a way to add trigger warnings to various things in such a way as to not disrupt the media. I think it is cognizant, but I think it's an important thing to be cognizant of, graphically intense depictions of slavery, and that being in the school curriculum, the teachers ought to be relatively thoughtful about it. And it's an intense thing to have survived.
But I don't even understand this whole notion of that's you get slavery. I went to I was in two different school systems.
I chimed in where that curriculum design, the curriculum design showed up.
So
He's trying to
I
whitewash it.
think, go ahead.
I'm not talking about him, no. I was just talking about when Brandy said that on Easter they would show just slavery. It's unfortunate. I can't, speak to experience because I wasn't there. And it's unfortunate that that's what you learn. But, we learn from beginning to end. That's how I grew up. In school, we learned from beginning to end. Yes, it started, some classes, it may have started off in Africa. But the progression, the seeing black people go from being at the bottom of the barrel, but fighting for their freedom and, going to get raging against the machine. They did that then, and they did it as history went along. So I always saw from the slave to right now, I've always saw us as warriors in a way, not taking no shit, figuring a way around the shit. This is what my history teachers taught me, especially in my predominantly black schools. But this is what I was taught, so I don't even understand this notion of, is that what they just showing you? They just showing you slavery? That's unfortunate. It might be something that the parents need to address, especially when y'all insist on sending y'all kids to these mixed race schools. You gotta make sure that the curriculum of your people is being taught correctly as well, because if it's not, then it'll end up a problem in which, Brandy has faced.
Brooklyn,
I grew up very, very, very pro-black. My mother had me at every shop in March. I used to go listen to Louis Farrakhan. We went, believe me, when Amadou Diallo got shot up, we were right there. My mother had me front line and center. So I got it from both ends. I understood where it came from. I understood our history. I understood everything about it. I was kind of making a joke like Easter, how they play Roots all day long. That's what I was talking about. And in school, yes, they used to roll in the television and we used to either watch Roots or some other little slavery type of cartoon shit. And I grew up in the Bronx.
They also trying to passion that across, or whatever that
I think you're speaking about how it made you feel versus
right, and that's what I'm saying.
But that's not the same thing, though. I can appreciate how it made you feel. But that's, if I'm showing you a movie that's historically correct, I'm assuming that it was historically correct, and it just made you feel some sort of way because you were in a room full of white people who don't know how to receive that, and then look at you crazy, or made you feel some sort of way about it, doesn't mean that the presentation itself, it's how it's being presented. That's the problem, not that it was being presented. That's the problem.
Hold on, let me read what Maya said. I think it's hold on, Austin. She thinks that it's a problem of how people internalize it, and I think that's what it is too. It's being internalized in a way, and I guess it has something to do with, how people grow up, or so people, how they engage in the community. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, it's definitely an internalized feeling because when I saw Roots, or like Mississippi burning, I wasn't like, oh, I'm scared of white people when I say Mississippi burning. I wanted to burn some shit down. It made me radical as fuck, at least for about 3 days after I seen the movie. And so you understand, I was very volatile. And anytime anything could happen if I was in the wrong place of mind. But it didn't make me feel like, what I'm saying, we weak people. No, it made me feel like these motherfuckers keep trying us and we need to do something about it. And that's how a lot of us feel. A lot of us pro-blackers go and date. We have this like how Justin just blow up and go crazy because he hella pro-black and he want things good for black people. We have like this fight in us that we got from knowing our history, knowing that our people fought through all of those adversities. Like, so it is an internalized problem, and that might be something that we do as a community need to address and figure out a way to, I guess, make people feel more safe when they know about our unfortunate history, but they need to know it to know how we fucking came up. Like it's necessary to be a black American or to be a black person, period, to know this history, to know how we prevailed in spite of all of the things that was thrown against us.
But again, that is, you can internalize it if it's about how it's presented to you. And listen, I have this issue. And I'm recognizing that all people are different. I mean, acknowledge that. But if you learned or had the same education that I did from home, because we had a black education at home, and when it was presented at school, much like the way it was with you, I could then talk to them about what I knew in school. That never made me uncomfortable, and there was never a reason to internalize that. I agree and understand that not everyone had that. I recognize that. I'm just saying that is the fundamental problem. It's how it was presented, not that it was presented. And that means if that makes folks internalize something differently, then so be it.
Can we be honest? It also determines on a child's age. 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, your parents can tell you every day that black is beautiful, be proud. But if all of your classmates have then turn around and call you nappy-headed, big lip, big nose, nigga, everything your parents taught you, believe me, that shit goes away. As adults, yes, we can say, oh yes, I was strong, I'm this, I'm that, because you're an adult now. You can care less what your peers think. But as a child growing up, that's not the case. Kids can't just turn it off and turn it on. Very few of them can. So that was my point. As a child in middle school and grade school, that was the worst feeling. Seeing that TV come in, knowing they were gonna put some bullshit on.
So, but here's the thing: it wasn't bullshit they were putting on, and that's what you're speaking to the child.
Right. I'm talking from my child. Like,
right. I just acknowledge that. So what I'm saying is that again, at the risk of being redundant, it's the way that it's presented, not that it is presented. So no matter how it's internalized, what I'm saying is that the way it's presented makes a difference. The way that it's presented to you makes a difference. If it's being done in that environment, that is obviously a hostile environment. It was meant to fulfill an agenda or fulfill a part of a curriculum, not necessarily to really teach. Because if that was the case, then you felt that way. Well, that's a much deeper conversation. But I'm just saying that in general, that our history is being taught, and that we continue to let people know that, much like our Jewish brothers and sisters let people know about the Holocaust on a regular basis. It is important Obviously, that goes without saying, but the way it's presented makes a difference.
What you told me, Brandy, I'm actually, I'm very sorry you had that experience, but it just, um, this is why I always will tell people to go to a HBCU, and I don't care, because you need that reinforcement. Listen, I got picked on just, it wasn't about having happy hair or nothing, or being black, in no ways. Maybe, so I feel like it's important in your formative years to be around people that look like you, so they can't, because that does have an effect on how you. I don't give a fuck how. I mean, I don't I don't care how white people view me, beauty wise. Like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? And I will never, because I think I can't. But I really care about how black. I really care about that because I think that's important. Just not to be racist or anything, just because of black people's position in this country, because they're gonna always, especially our women, they're always gonna do that. They're always gonna be like, oh, you ugly, you this, you. They're always gonna do that to our girls. I hate that, and I think that because of that, let us be around each other, because that's not, we're gonna still do, things like what kids do, but it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be nothing that can follow you through your life and, affect how you feel about yourself, because it's nothing wrong with your fucking hair. There's nothing wrong with your fucking nose or your skin or nothing like that. It's no, it's actually, yeah, it's nothing wrong with it. It's human skin. It's normal. Some people may find it more attractive. But I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to me that that's what they say about us. It's like, because I guess I grew up around black people, and I just grew up looking at my mom and my aunties, and they was fine to me. Not like fine like I wanted to date them, but I was like, they the most beautiful thing in the world. And all their friends and my mom's friends. So when I see black women, I don't see that. I see the opposite of, I guess, what the world sees, or not the world, the white, what the world presents. I see, like, women that are a level above. And I'm really not even being, like, trying to be racist, but that's just how I view it, because that's what I was fed. That's what I grew up seeing, is black women, and I hearing other black women big up other black women, saying how beautiful that's all I know. So I don't know any other, like, none of that. You could show me the worst slave and the most down bad thing. Doesn't fade me at all. I don't care. And I wish that for every other black person. I really, really do, because a lot of the things that people say about us, and this could be Delulu. It really could, but I will stay in my delusion. I look at it as jealousy. I really feel like people want to look like we do. Just going by the things that people do, I think that people want to look like we do. I think that we have the most beautiful women in the world. I think we have the greatest hair, the greatest skin. I really, really think that. And it may be crazy, but I would love to stay in my crazy. And I wish more black people would join me here, because the way that they have made us look is just not, it's just not how I see us.
Neither just I always like the darkest people in the fucking room.
Yep, leave mine in the oven a little bit longer. I don't want nothing else. Sorry.
I'm not the same way, but yeah, this needs to be, at this point, that's why I think I go so hard with all of the ignorance on fucking Clubhouses. I feel like y'all really just go too far. Like,
and Pure Blood talking about his mental programming. Okay. Okay. Well, if we're gonna be mentally program our children with that, because running around telling black girls that are absolutely, like, it's so many girls I see that walk around and be like, they said this about me, they said that about me. And I don't view it like that. I'm a whole gay person. And I don't view it like that at all. So if that's if it needs to be diluted or whatever, then fine. But ourselves, and and we always. I just don't see it like that, and I really wish that it just y'all would, fix it.
Apparently, what we're missing is the internalized racism, Justin. That's what it is. We're missing the fact that it's internalized and that it's become a problem over years. And apparently, we're missing that part of it. We're excusing that part of it as a part of it. I don't know what that's supposed to excuse in relation to this conversation, but that's apparently the part that we're missing.
I mean, yeah, and I think that more of us should just be missing it, especially black women, because they be doing the hurting on the black girls. It really do. I don't know if it affects black men as much because of just we have a whole nother situation that I can talk about, but the way that I see it manifest itself, even in my little cousins or whatever, like I always have to be in her ear, like, because she's very dark or whatever. I constantly have to be like, and I always will, like, telling her how beautiful she is, and she is. But she'll go to school and have, somebody said something crazy to her, and she'll come and ask me. But because we all like, she's our queen. We don't never, she went to school like that, knowing that she was beautiful. She'll come and ask me like, they be saying my hair is nappy, but in more of an inquisitive way or things like that. And I always gotta be like, you know, they don't even know what naps are. Like this girl got hair down her back, thick as it's like she has hair, beautiful hair. But it would be eating her up. She black and all this other stuff. Yeah, black is beautiful. Black is shit. Tell them you black as fuck.
I'm just curious as to what that's supposed to excuse or explain. Not what you're saying, Justin. Not you, Justin. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking to the internalized racism in general. Like in terms of us presenting ourselves or feeling like victims most of the time, that doesn't manifest itself that way for those black people who feel that way. That manifests itself in self-hate. It doesn't manifest themselves in well, I guess in being ashamed of who they are. So what is that supposed to excuse? Is my or explain?
It just to me, it just the way that these things. I don't know. When I hear Brandy talk, I've heard other girls say stuff like that. Like I worked in a like a barbershop there. I've heard like just this in conversation, and I'll be looking like now. And to me, it's like she said that to make you like, cause she knew you was bad. That's what I'm thinking. But these women have really internalized it, and I'm sure some men have too. But I see a lot of women they call me black or they said my hair was nappy. So fucking what? Like so what? How they like? It's a lot of things that we could say about them. We don't have to like do the whole go to hell, but why are we I just that's why I don't like the weave conversations. I don't like the you wear blonde hair, so what? Y'all made us wear this shit. We was minding our business. We used to have afros and be living in mud huts if y'all would have left us the fuck alone. Or whatever the fuck we was doing.
You gonna stop. I'm sorry, y'all. You gonna stop. I'm gonna tell you something. Don't play
I
with me.
said what I
I'm telling you. And I said what I said. Nah, you don't have to come back tomorrow because I'm not doing this with you today. You're not gonna be disrespecting Dr. AG like that. She ain't do nothing to him.
call me Job in life.
Always some fucking body. Oh, shit, yes.
I remember him.
My mom tells me that all the time. Even as grown as I am, like she'll talk about politics. She'll be like, "You know, Chris today he
Listen, one thing none of the girls in my family, if they grew up in my thing, they ain't gonna never be worried about no little rusty ass, none of y'all little rusty ass sons breaking their heart. One, cause I got the blizzy and I pull it up. And second, cause I don't like, they know they're cute. They gonna be fly. If they need something, I got you. Don't worry. You ain't never gotta lean on no nigga for nothing.
My mom FaceTime me and say, I just want to say, "Hey, smile, so stupid." Hey, shut up, leave me alone, mommy.
Yo, can I say something real quick, man?
Go ahead, babe.
Allah Akbar. I'm joking.
Ain't you the dude who was saying you had gay people yesterday?
You're a whole goofy for that.
Oh, boy. Start firing your ass up and you ran.
Nah, I'm just fucking with y'all, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
But do you see that there's a serious conversation going on, no, brother? The real talk. Do you see the interaction? I mean, if we're joking about something, like that's one thing. We can hear. But I mean, if we're having a serious conversation, you think it's room for that silly shit? Like real talk. I'm asking you, man to man. Like we have a serious conversation. You know how annoying that is for people having a serious conversation. You sound like a child. Interrupting the wrong people's conversation, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Ask the question.
But you're doing what you're doing, man. You know what you're doing.
I asked a question. Can I
But
say
we were having a
Don't let my
conversation.
PTR confuse who I am.
But we were having a conversation. Don't get serious now. I'm asking you a
I'm
question.
serious.
Well, you haven't been. That's the problem. We having a grown people conversation and you're acting like a child.
Being grown, like asking.
Now you are, but before you're being an asshole.
No, I was asked a question. I said, "Man, can I say something?"
I hate that. I hate that. That's annoyance, and it's probably one of my large pet peeves, and it probably makes me annoying to some degree. When I'm having a serious conversation with serious adults, and grown ass people act like fucking kids when they come in and start talking, and this is in real life or on this app, that annoys the fuck out of me.
You allow the PTR to control your judgment, bro. Calm down.
I'm not allowing anything, brother. I don't know you, nor do I care to. I'm listening to what you are saying.
Understand everything I said.
Okay, y'all.
I asked.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that. So.
I got you. Y'all want to get back to the conversation, or y'all want to move the conversation somewhere else? What do we?
Oh, I'm okay with moving forward the way we were. I'm just the people disrupting it. So I have a problem.
Hey, Mr. Harris.
Nice.
Hey, how you doing? I actually was
right?
Hey, go on mute, Ja.
I'm sorry, man.
with the thing Justin was talking about. I really never understood how people, who are women specifically, could allow anybody to kind of like, in one face, try to belittle the complexion, the curvature, the hair, the voluptuousness of our women, and then in another face, they try to literally mimic what our women are. I just find that very funny to me. Like, where the tanning boobs, with the lip injections, with the butt implants, they're literally mimicking our women. Changing up the hairstyles that we can do. It has always been funny to me that in any face that somebody could say, well, there's something wrong with that. But everywhere else in the world, they try to mimic what our women look like. I thought it was funny. And then the complexions, the tanning booth, the black skin has always been just something to marvel at. Like,
go to Parade Pretty.
This person goes to what?
Parade Pretty. So it's like Parade Rest.
Yeah.
She will go to Parade Rest, but it's like she'll lean the shoulder over, she'll lean her head over, and she's like, I'm just wondering, like, can we? And it's like, she's gonna get her way. And then with me being a black woman, it's like, I don't want to do that because there's this, like, stigma that's gonna be associated with, especially with other black guys. They're like, oh, you're trying to get your way. Man, it's like, things to get so hard. Like, it's like really retarded, right? So it's like, for me, I have to be like, hey, that's not how it goes. Then when I stand at attention, I'm gonna stand at attention. I'm not gonna lean my shoulder to the side and lean my head over and be like, hey, like, can we do this? Like this is that, I promise you. If I record this girl, let me tell you, one time we were doing combatives, and she put her hand on her chest and was like, I hurt my chest so bad. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, if I was to do some dumb shit like that, people gonna look at me different. They just, like, with me, I'm looking out like, bitch, is you crazy? This ain't it. But it's like, you gotta understand, like, sitting in a black woman's position, like, when you're, everyone.
Okay, so we just got 3 inches closer to our phone. Do tell.
There's nothing to tell. I have, at times on this app, allowed the crazies to talk amongst themselves with a little bit of modding. So that's the crazy parts of when I was on this app. And then
She says she does replays. I'm adopting her serendipity, which is so great. You can run your rooms with replay.
I haven't been on in the past 4 months, 4 or 5 months. So
Which has been
yes,
on like
I
every
used
day for the
to
past
run
2 weeks.
replays. I put on replays because people used to not be in the room sometime, and they wanted, a lot of the rooms that I was in did a lot of comedy, and real comedy, not people who are obnoxious.
Nice.
Yeah, we need comedy.
It's official.
I'm sorry, say it again.
It's official. We're keeping you.
You are really nice people. I don't know how I didn't get to you earlier.
Well, it's funny because as you were talking about, sometimes I just crazy people talk to other crazy people. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, we did that all day long on Clubhouse. All day
And that's
long.
why I'm here, and you are my people.
Yeah.
Little bit of craziness and good fun is good. And I found my way to you, so that is the best of the day.
That's the best.
And Mr. Steve, I miss you. I haven't heard you in a while. I haven't been up.
Miss you too, Grace. Pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, always pleasure. Always. So, happy hour in the month, REC. And to make sure about this. Serendipity ED.
Hold on, I got
Mr. Steve and Alan hanging out with these lovely women and Mike. Very nice.
I'm not normally on at this time on the weekdays. I do generally my weekend shows, which I'm still doing, but lately, because of the craziness that's been going on in the past week, I've just been popping in and out of different rooms to see what's happening.
Oh, he's got the train wreck virus. He likes to watch the train wrecks.
I don't know. See, that's not necessarily your way. You like the train wrecks?
Like I said, I normally am not on Monday through Friday, so.
I'm still trying to go up there. I miss
Amazon. They just don't have the shot that I can take for my disease or virus, whatever.
It's too funny. I love you, Steve, but still.
You're not so bad yourself.
I'm glad the rest of you in this room also enjoy Steve. He is a really good man.
Steve does have great spaces. By the way, a little birdie told me all this drama is because they ultimately don't want a certain somebody coming back to the app, and they want the audience just to be in their rooms. Can you believe that serendipity? It's manufactured.
Yeah, I can believe that. Well, they said as much when they were complaining about the nostalgia of the good old days and how popular they were, being known as the tallest of the seven dwarfs, Clubhouse famous. Like, yes, believe that. Actually, I believe that from more than one of the characters that involved, but
Yeah, but he's coming back. So there's that.
Madame Dia.
Are we talking about Cardano?
Oh no.
Beetlejuice. You guys are too funny. You know what the best part for me is? I don't know what you're talking about. That's the best part of coming back to Clubhouse.
Is Roger ever coming back on it?
Yes. I honestly thought Son of Goku was Goo. Why did I think that?
I thought it at first too. When he raised his hand, I was gonna say,
Right.
"Ooh, you behave yourself if you come up on stage."
Exactly right. Was it Goo? Alright, I think we need another poll. What's your favorite drink of choice for happy hour? Beer, wine, shots, or what's the third one? Make a cocktail.
Vodka.
Well, there's daiquiris too.
Liquor.
Vodka. That's what I'm on right now. Vodka.
Thanks for
Vodka.
sharing, son. Thanks for sharing, son. We all notice you, okay? Everybody gets on a little pat on the head. Let him know that you know he.
Fondue and lightning and baby say.
Is that German?
No, that was Labyrinth. Sorry.
I knew that was Labyrinth.
Labyrinth, the children's movie from the 80s. Sorry.
That's why it's very noisy here, but I just wanted to let you know it's one of my favorite movies in the whole world.
Of course, and then The Princess Bride and The Last Unicorn, and sometimes Never Ending Story, but mainly Labyrinth, Princess Bride.
And Dark.
Dark Crystal.
Dating us. Stop it.
Dark Crystal was nightmarish. Yes.
Princess Bride with, what's her name?
Inconceivable.
No.
There's
Princess Bride from the 2000?
there's so many quotes from The Princess Bride that I don't even think people realize that. Inconceivable. Why do I use that word? I don't think I could. Not Anne Hathaway. Come on, Robin Givens. Stop. It's not Robin Givens either. It's Robin someone. Yes. Yes.
Princess Bride.
There is only one Princess Bride.
There's only one that I know of, and it's the one.
Andre the Giant.
Billy
Like-
Crystal, remember he was that.
Right. And also Carol Kane? Carol?
Yeah.
Mad Max, Mandy Patinkin, like Gary Yule. So we had the best cast for that movie.
They really were very amazing
question. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't think anyone around here cares about how to pronounce shit anyway. The other day, what was the word? Euro. Oh my god, if I had to leave the room, I couldn't handle it anymore. I was like exploding on the inside. Well, people were saying how they pronounced it, and then we clarified how it's really pronounced for the room, and nobody cared. They continued pronouncing it atrociously for the whole rest of the next hour, and it really freaked me out. I couldn't handle it. I just left it.
I'm a word stop too.
Yeah, I was telling you, remember, Serendipity, we had that conversation today about how I'm borderline autistic when it comes to reading emotions, but I pick up on the actual words themselves very clearly.
Yeah.
And listening comprehension, I'm pretty high on that as well. And so for me, when people pronounce things incorrectly, if they don't know any better, that's one thing. But if they know better and they continue to do it, it really freaks me out. I can't handle it. I just leave. I don't fight the issue. We had people calling it gyros, which is probably the least offensive of all of them. Gyros, which is probably the most offensive. I don't know what else they were calling them. I don't know. We corrected that it's Ye-Rose. Ye-Rose, basically, is what it is. And nobody cared. I mean, we corrected it and everybody kept saying it wrong anyway.
Yeah.
Figure.
Have you seen the Key and Peele sketch with the substitute teacher calling off the name?
Yes, that's what it reminds me of.
Hey, Ron, are you here? Hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron. I do love that sketch.
I think without a doubt the best skit this past season is on Saturday Night Live. They did it a couple of times where you've got the people in two different cars and they're doing hand signals while they're talking. Have any of you seen that or no?
We have not seen that.
I have not. I have been in that.
It is amazing. It is so funny. Yeah. Of course, this is the 50th.
Who's in it? Who's in it to YouTube? How would I find it on YouTube?
They're just the regular Saturday night players. They don't put a, and I don't even know what it would be called, but they're in two cars right next to each other, like they're stopped at a light for 5 minutes, and they're getting angry and yelling at each other, but of course their windows are up, so they're doing hand signals, and it's hilarious. I'll see if I could get you the name of it. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Man, this is tangent to that. I was driving in Atlanta on Roswell Road for serendipity's purposes of placing in your brain many years ago, and I had my window down, and some guy was driving like an idiot, and I flipped him off, and he whipped his car up next to mine on the left, so he's driving, basically he's aligned with me on the left, and he rolled down his passenger window that was between me and him, basically. And he took this hot coffee, a large grande coffee, and he freaking hucked it across the inside of his car, like straight at me. So it went through his car, through his passenger window, between our cars, and then it hits my window, and the bottom of it hit the edge of my window, and the cup went spinning like a sprinkler in my car. Blowing hot coffee through my entire car. I had coffee in the back window. I had coffee in the area, in the slots where the seatbelt goes in. I had coffee all over, of course, myself. Every corner of that car was filled with hot coffee. And I mean, he was a perfect shot. He could not have done it better. And I was like, motherfucker, right? And so I'm trying to see. I got his license plate. I called the cops immediately, and they said it was a stolen car, and there's nothing they could do about it. And the worst part of the whole thing was going home and then having to clean my fucking car for like 3 hours. I was so pissed off. It was the worst, dude.
It's hard getting rid of that smell too. You know it seeped in through the door.
Yeah, it was milk. It was milk coffee. And it was a full cup. And when he hugged that thing, he held it upright and pushed. It's almost like he pushed it through his car at me, upright, and it went, through his car, out his window, between our cars, and the bottom of it hit like the back of my side window that I rolled out. Like basically just tapped the back and it spun through my car as it freaking came in. And like he could not have done it better. It was so pissed off.
Well, Mike, you might be able to appreciate this road rage story vicarious. Then it's kind of a revenge story that amazingly it involved me doing absolutely nothing and letting karma take its course. Essentially, we were just coming up on a lane, too busy traffic lane, and there's a point where cutters are trying to get on the freeway lane and try to do last minute because there's a long line of cars waiting. So here is like a big black SUV, like Uber driver. He had the permit on his bumper and everything. Is blocking one of the lanes because no one's letting him in. So guy in front of me honks at him. I honk at him. Not like anything egregious, just a simple honk, like you're being a douche. And the guy just goes red, like he just sees rage. And so a couple of cars move, kind of get between us, and then I pull up next to him while and I don't give him the bird. I don't even say a word. I don't even roll down my window. Nothing in aggression. I literally just looked over at him and smiled. And he is like, I couldn't hear what he was saying. He looked like he was probably speaking in tongues. He was so mad. So what does he do? He doesn't pay attention that the traffic in front of him has come to a complete stop because my lane is moving. So he tries to move with me in the next lane, right next to me. But unbeknownst to him, he's not paying attention, and the traffic has come to a complete stop. So not only does he hit the car in front of him, he hit it so hard, the car he hit the car in front of him. So he just caused a 2-car accident because he's yelling at some stranger who didn't even provoke him. Like, he was in the wrong way. Right? I was on cloud nine the rest of the month.
Okay, you guys, I've got the info that you wanted. One is called Taking Road Rage to a Whole Other Level, SNL. The other one is Traffic Altercation, SNL. And then the third one is Parking Lot Altercation, SNL. Normally I would play like a 60-second clip, but I'm not going to do it because the hand signals and the way they play it out are just so fun.
I'm gonna watch it. So, a quick poll, how many people here take pleasure then in seeing the Just Stop Oil protesters get run over?
Who protesters?
The people who block the freeway, Just Stop Oil, if they get on the freeway. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And they get run over? I've never seen anything. Is it a video or something?
There are a few times, yeah, where ICE agents running people over, where it's literally the person is trying to push through and the protester is in front, and eventually the person in the car has had enough and they keep going fast, a little bit faster and faster, and then the person falls to the side. A couple of people have been completely run over. So
that's kind of fucked up, actually, hitting people. No,
I would take no gratifications ever seeing that, ever.
I will say sometimes.
It would never last in Boston. That's all I can say.
Maybe
not. You would not. No.
Yeah, here's the deal. Like, I am routinely the guy that drives up to the last minute before I merge. Now, here's the deal. If you're gonna do it, you can't be a pussy about it. You have to fucking own it, which means two things. One, you find a space and get it in real time. You don't stop and expect them to let you in because they're not gonna do it, right? That's number one. You find a space as you're proceeding to that last endpoint. If you fail to do that, and it's very rare when I fail to do it on my own, that means you gotta be quick, you gotta look for it, you gotta hop in. I don't care what people think, right? If you're not able to do that, then you gotta eat it and fucking just go straight if you want to turn, or you gotta do whatever you gotta do. But you don't get to stop traffic for that shit. So if you're gonna play that game, you gotta own it and you gotta be good at it. Otherwise, stay the fuck out. Because I'll tell you what, you know what I mean? You can't be holding up traffic and expecting them to let you in. Fuck that.
But like what you just described is the actual correct way to do it.
Yeah, because it's zippering, which actually reduces traffic flow. That's only if you're not an idiot and you stop and hold up your lane.
You're supposed to use both lanes to the merge point. And everybody's argument is like, well, we all know it's going in one lane, so why don't we all get in that lane sooner? Well, if that's the case, they wouldn't close the lane that much sooner.
Exactly.
They're supposed to get in line 5 miles ago. They would have closed it 5 miles ago.
And that's because Americans are obsessed with queuing, is what it's called, right? So there's actually I think it was Malcolm Gladwell. I think it was on Revisionist History. I'm not sure. One of his podcasts. And he did an episode on queuing and how Brits are like really friendly about queuing, or how Americans queue, and we expect it. We expect to stand in line. We expect other people to honor the line. In England, they don't necessarily do that. They don't swear by lines quite as much. So they just kind of mob and get in quick or whatever. And so he did a test, and he found that technically, say that you had one drinking fountain and a big line of people, the fastest way for the most people to get a drink, just the most people, just a pure numbers game, is that every new person who arrives gets the first dibs at the drinking fountain, and the line waits whenever somebody new arrives. So instead of going to the end, you go to the very front and you get the drink. In the end of it, if you do that for an hour, where random people are walking up and they're getting first dibs when they do, ultimately more people get a drink than if everybody stands in line one at a time. And so it's
Part of what you're describing there is actually like there's two different layouts to grocery store lines.
Yes.
Right? Or like a shopping store line. The places that do it well are places like Marshall's and Kohl's, where they have like 10 registers that all serve one singular line. Because if there's a holdup at one register, the line keeps moving. And this is the way like truncated phone systems operate as well. The ones at the grocery store that is one cashier, one line, is literally to keep you standing in line so you look at all the dumb tchotchkes that you don't need. Oh, I need a lighter. Oh, I need AA batteries. Oh, I need a fucking People magazine. And maybe you make extra purchases. It's literally designed to keep you there longer.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, and to what I was saying about the other way of doing it, just imagine how shitty that would make everyone feel. Everyone would be pissed off. Nobody would let that happen, right? Where like the dude walks up randomly after you've been in line for 10 minutes and walks up to the front, takes a drink. Everybody get mad.
That's exactly why the zipper merge doesn't work, because people's animal brain convinces them that someone is getting away with something that they shouldn't be, and they're getting more than they deserve, and they're getting more than you are because you were the conservative, reasonable person who got over early. And people take that super offensively and will fight and argue and scream out the window and throw coffees and run into the back of other cars, all because they're getting where they're going 15 feet slower. It's insane.
Right, and as soon as I read that zippering saves, reduces traffic by 30%, I feel like even if someone's mad at me, I'm doing them a fucking favor so they can just eat it. That's what I feel like.
It's the same thing with lane filtering on motorcycles too. People lose their mind because they think it's unsafe and unfair, but it's actually categorically safer and more efficient for everybody when it's done.
Oh, Silver, I was going to ask you a question. You left the room before we were talking about motorcycles. My one question was this. You know how there's big chunks of rubber tire on the highway, sometimes?
Yeah.
If you hit one of those on a motorcycle, will it fuck you up, or do you just bounce over and keep going?
So it's super circumstantial. One of the things, truck drivers will refer to those as alligators, because tractor-trailer tires have these big, heavy steel bands in them. And what happens when you run over a U-shaped object that wants to be round, it tries to go round again. It will actually leap up and kind of bite around your tire. That's why they call them alligators. So in that circumstance, you're pretty fucked. And if you want to try to go around something, you can. But the safest way to hit anything on a motorcycle is straight, upright, and square. If you're in a turn and you're leaning and you hit something, you're in way worse shape. And what they actually teach you is don't try to avoid the object if it's unavoidable, because that's more likely to hurt you than not. And try to hit it upright, straight, and perpendicular to your tires. Depending on the motorcycle, my motorcycle especially, the tires are larger than your average passenger vehicle, which means I can actually probably stomach a bigger pothole or a larger object than your average car can. But But if you're riding something like a, Honda 125cc little putt-putt, then you're less capable of taking those sorts of things. So this is also why speed is the enemy and slowing down is always your friend, because you have a better opportunity to calculate and choose other options.
Thanks.
That's the reason why they tell you, if a deer runs in the road, hit the deer. Because you're more likely to swerve, miss the deer, hit a tree, and kill yourself.
When I was 16, my uncle took me to some drag races. There's 2 lanes, cars drag racing, both one in each lane. And they're funny cars, and they take off, and they haul ass down the thing, and right when they pop their chutes, a deer hopped over the fence and stood in the lane right in front of the funny car. And the funny car smacked the fucker just going 200 miles an hour or more. Just popped the chute. And the deer just exploded, just absolutely exploded, and in a green cloud basically. And the front end of it, from the front legs back, was gone, but it had its legs attached to its neck and its head still. And it kind of kicked its legs on its side for 5 minutes, and they came and they grabbed it. Had a rack, so they grabbed it by the horns and they drug it off the thing. Then they had to bring out a fire truck and hose the thing down, and then they had to wait for it to dry before they could go forward. But I just remember it was in slow motion, this funny car just, and you just see this deer hop over and just barely turned its head to look at him and fucking hit that deer 200 miles an hour. It was crazy.
Did the splatter pattern resemble anything of a coffee cup being thrown through 2 car windows?
Some people that look like a butterfly. And other people thought it looked like a demon. It all depends on what you see in it, I guess.
I would be looking at that coffee cup to figure out what Starbucks it was ordered from, and see if I could figure out the name on the coffee cup, and then I would hang out around that time at the Starbucks. I'd go to jail. That probably go to jail.
Oh, it's so funny. I was even madder when it was a lady cop when she arrived, and she said, "We already looked it up, and it's a stolen car. There's really nothing we can do about it. We won't be able to find him." That pissed me off.
Yeah, but wasn't it a stolen car?
I know, that's true. I didn't even think of it. I don't know, maybe he did. I was so pissed off. I didn't even think about looking at the cup.
If that cup said Steve on it, I would spend the next 5 days standing out in front of that box, waiting and be like, "Is your name fucking Steve?"
Yes.
I've had a few fucked up things. In Seattle, I had a guy punch the window. I was around in the Marine Corps, ran out of boot camp thinking I could just take on the world. I'm like, I got all this combat training, I can kill anybody, I'm good to go. And I was on the highway, and some dude was fucking with me on the highway, and I probably flipped him off. I don't remember what I did, and pissed him off. And I took the exit. He took the exit. I was gonna take it in front of me, and then I took the exit, and then he slowed down on the exit and pulled off to the side, to make me pass him. And I was hesitant, but I passed him, and he whipped it right behind me. And then we stopped at the exit, and then as it took off, he started hitting the back of my car. Bam, bam, bam. He hit a bunch of guys in his car with something 3 or 4 guys. Started hitting my car as I was taking off, and I was like, oh, this is fucking serious. And so I tried to just kind of ignore him at that point, and I think I changed lanes to a lane on next to it or whatever. And at this point, we hit another red light, and I was parked in my lane, and then I had a car in front of me, a car behind me, and then on the lane on my left, he was 1 car back, so he was kind of my back, kitty corner to me. And I didn't even look at him. I was sitting there, I'm like, fuck, I'm not even gonna look back, it's pretty aggressive when you're literally bumping your car into somebody. And all I saw was this movement out of the corner of my eye, and I kind of looked up to the left, and this fist punched through my window, my driver window, and I had tinted windows, so it kind of blew a hole in my window, and all the plastic still stuck all the broken glass together, but there was a hole in it. And he's looking through the hole at me, and he's like, "I'll fucking kill you, motherfucker. Do you understand that?" And he motions back to his car, and the passenger had a gun, and he was tapping it on his window and laughing. And I was like, "Oh, fuck." I think I'm sorry or something. I was like, "Fuck." I mean, I went from being thinking I'm badass to oh my god, scared as fuck. And then all the cars, light turned green, all the cars left. The car in front of me left, the car behind me went around left. Nobody fucking stopped to see how I was doing. I was just still sitting there. Everybody leaves. He pulls one of those movie things where you go in reverse and 180 or whatever and drive the other lane direction or whatever. And I was just sitting all by myself. to this day says like, man, as soon as he bought my car, I would have pulled my pistol out of the fucking out of the glove box. I would have had it in my lap in case anything happened. And then when he punched the window, I would have shot him through the fucking hole. And I was like, yeah, but then you would have been fucking killed because the guy in the car, kitty corner you, would have shot up your fucking car. And I'm like, so I'll never forget. I always think of that case as an example that if I had a gun, it would have escalated it. I wouldn't even known to look back at the other guy. And there'd be 2 dead people potentially. But because there was no gun and because I just freaking ate it, even though my life was threatened, nobody died. So everybody says guns, prevent violence. They can also escalate violence. Like, it's a perfect example,
Also a great example that not enough people have that experience in a way where like things could have gone really sideways, but it didn't go sideways, and that informs your decision making for the rest of forever. That not just walk along with you and maybe be more analytical. There's so many people around that have that smell about pushing this window, and as a result, they still do that shit on a daily basis.
Yeah, I really don't push people off anymore. I really don't. I guess I said it earlier, but it's just not worth it. I just can't put people.
There's a video that made national news a couple of years ago about a couple of husband and wife shoveling snow in front of their house, and they're giving shit to the neighbors bitching, don't throw snow in my parking spot or whatever the dispute was, like arguing, and they're arguing, and the guy comes out of his house with a gun, and the husband's like, oh, what do you do with that? And she shoots and kills him in the middle of the street, and he shoots and kills his wife. And this is all like on home security cameras. And then the guy goes in his house and random. And she realizes, like, you don't know how bad a day or how crazy somebody might be. Like, somebody comes up and trying to hit you all day. Or, I wish I should have been like, I'm not fucking grocery store. You know what I mean? It's a shot leaving the back of my heart. Yeah, sure, whatever. But, like, I'm going along to buy fucking eggs. Nothing that can happen on the roads is worth that kind of beef, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, especially nowadays. John Kitover, you want to come up? Are you going to want to listen to any craziness with your crazy self?
Well, I'd like to read a poem, if I may.
Can't wait.
Can't believe this is so funny. Okay, this is called In the Muff by candidate Congressman John Kitover. Advice doesn't help lovers. They're not the kind of mountain stream you can build a dam across. An intellectual doesn't know what the drunk is feeling. Don't try to figure what those lost inside love will do next. Someone in charge would give up all his power if he caught one whiff of the wine musk from the room where the lovers are doing who knows what. One of them tries to dig a hole through a mountain. One flees from academic honors. One laughs at famous mustaches. Life freezes if it doesn't get a taste of this almond cake. The stars come up spinning every night, bewildered in love. They grow tired with that revolving if they weren't. They'd say, how long do we have to do this? God picks up the reed flute world and blows. Each note is a need coming through one of us, a passion, a longing, pain. Remember the lips, where the wind breath originated, and let your note be clear. Don't try to end it. Be your note. I'll show you how it's enough. Go up on the roof at night in this city of the soul. Let everyone climb on the roofs and sing their notes. Sing loud!
Maybe a horny dog, thanks for
See,
You give us credibility. You give us intellectual credibility, John. Thanks for that.
This is true.
Yeah, try reading a book on here sometime. You might like it.
Oh my goodness. So far, you're doing good.
Sorry, still doing good. He's also doing your dishes. So not so quick on that.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Still not.
Yeah, things are good. Things are good.
Good. Is
Feeling
Mrs.
productive
Silver
today,
getting
though.
caught up?
Mrs. Stilgard will living or reading a book. I think I'm going to do some meal prep to try to behave myself and not order Chipotle for the third time this week.
Yay!
Feeling a little productive today. Dishes and meal prep. Thanks again.
That's right. I still say they're the cutest couple on Clubhouse. Okay, not really on Clubhouse, but she's not on Clubhouse, but I just love hearing him talk about Mrs. Stilber.
Too normal and well adjusted. If you were to offer, like, hey, do you want to get on the internet and talk to strangers? You would absolutely.
Oh yeah, my wife would never in a million fucking years be interested in this. That means we're all married to people better than ourselves.
That part's definitely true for me. For sure.
It's definitely true for me too.
I'd have never been on Clubhouse when I was married, for sure. He'd have strung me up. Yeah. That's right. It says, but now? What? We need Sun back in here. Sun was on one.
I can't ask you any questions because John's in here recording. What can I say? It's like
You can wave at me when you.
give me 40 minutes.
Right.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Oh.
But in fairness, if it wasn't for John's recording, how would we ever memorialize this, anthropological oddity in time? He's making a record of history for all of our favors. Thank you. You're doing the Lord's work. That's all sarcasm.
It's his art, Stilgar.
I never thought of it like that. And you know what? You're right. Even though you may be being silly, I mean, you never know what's going to be valuable. I don't know. Life is like.
one thing I've noticed about Clubhouse is there's two kinds of people. The kind of people that admit to peeing while on Clubhouse, and they don't.
Which one are you?
Oh, I admit it. I sit on the toilet on Clubhouse. You poop on Clubhouse sometimes too, right? Sometimes, yeah. It's tricky though, right? Because like, I don't want to do anything but wash my hands immediately after I'm done. I don't want to have to handle my phone. So then the worst case scenario is like somebody calls on you and then you have to pretend you're doing the dishes.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Yeah, if you haven't spent any time looking at my YouTube channel, there's a lot of videos on there, and there's a lot of accounts on there. But, you know, you are probably in one of those shorts.
This is probably true. Okay. All right.
You're not watching Kristen do anything. Thank you very much.
How many videos from Clubhouse do you have on YouTube now?
I'm not sure, but I've got over 20,000 videos up on YouTube and over 20,000 on Instagram.
How many subscribers do you have?
Across all of YouTube, it's like 5,000, and then Instagram is like a couple thousand. Nothing is really that interesting, but you know what is cool is on Google now is if you take a photo, it'll give you that option to turn it into a video, and it'll give you like 10 options on what you want the video to be. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's crazy. I did not try that. I've not tried that. That sounds bizarre though. So it'll take your photo and then make a video out of your photo.
Yeah.
Like if it's say it's like a photo of a bride kissing the groom at a wedding ceremony.
Yeah, it'll
like,
make them
you
dance.
could say like,
Yeah.
I want the movie to be them walking down the aisle.
You can't say what you want. It gives you like 10 suggestions.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of AI on X does that. Where there's a lot of AI that don't do that now.
But what I did is the mayor of Chicago and Pritzker, the governor, had a big meeting with like 100 people by the river, and I took that photo and it turned all of them into dancers, and then I played the Blues Brothers soundtrack over it, and I wrote it's called Somebody Needs You, and then I tagged Donald Trump with an orange heart, and it got a lot of views.
I think I'm gonna go play with that.
You have to do it with a short. So you click short, you choose your picture, and then above it'll say, do you want to turn this photo into a video? And then yes, select your option.
And that's on Google? That's on Google?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, YouTube short. Do you want to turn this picture into a video?
Okay, you want to hear one more poem from Rumi? Eddie, Kristen, Mike, you want to hear another poem?
Yep.
On the day I die, when I'm being carried toward the grave, don't weep. Don't say he's gone. He's gone. Death has nothing to do with going away. The sun sets and the moon sets, but they're not gone. Death is a coming together. The tomb looks like a prison, but it's really release into union. The human seed goes down in the ground like a bucket into the well where Joseph is, grows and comes up full of some unimagined beauty. Your mouth closes here and immediately opens with a shout of joy there. When I see your face, the stones start spinning. You appear, all studying wanders. I lose my place. Water turns pearly. Fire dies down and doesn't destroy. In your presence, I don't want what I thought I wanted. Those 3 little hanging lamps. Inside your face, the ancient manuscripts seem like rusty mirrors. You breathe, new shapes appear, and the music of a desire is widespread. Its spring begins to move like a great wagon. Drive slowly. Some of us walking alongside are lame.
Y'all look at this room. You know what's going on, right?
It's a happy hour in the muff.
It's a train wreck hour. We're all going to watch it.
Where's the train wreck?
Right now? In the hall.
Which room? Let's
Next
see.
door to the left, John. You should get right over there.
Oh, is there some shit going down in the hall?
Yep.
No,
Oh,
there's not. I created a room yesterday called All the Drama Has Been Crushed. If you can say it, it is not true. But I have to get on my burner account to see if maybe I'm blocked. Probably. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. What do I see? I see nothing. Nothing.
Let's air out some dirty laundry. Yeah.
I haven't seen JB in a day or two.
I haven't seen him in a day or two either. I mean, I do know. I there's probably some intentionality behind that. I think that the smarter idea is to just not participate, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I think they're trying to do that.
I'm trying to let it diffuse.
Yeah. There's a spectacular canceling effort going on too, apparently.
Well, you know, my accounts have been clipped, deleted, terminated, censored more than anybody on this app, and all I can say is, here I am, speaking and breathing, recording and clipping everyone on Cloudhouse.
This is true, but you're not curating spaces where you're trying to draw people. You're going to set spaces. So your experience with the hassles of reported clipping are not quite the same as somebody else's who wants to draw crowds.
When you get clipped, assuming it doesn't happen like when you're in a room and you just disappear from the room, I would imagine it happens when you're logged out and you come back in. Does the app just say you don't have an account anymore? Does it let you know, or it just doesn't work?
It does.
No.
Yeah, it does. You get a red banner.
But it's not long. You get a red bar.
Like a red banner.
You gotta look. You gotta really read it.
Or whatever.
Oh, okay.
You gotta read it. Otherwise, you're like, what the fuck just happened?
John, you just own a bunch of iPhones? Is that what you
No, they're all like $50 Motorola's, and they're 50 megapixels for $50, and then you just get a $15 1 month plan. Cancel, don't do the renewal, and then you got a phone a $65 good phone that you can sit here and film with and live stream on.
Because then it's just all Wi-Fi. You don't need cellular.
Yeah.
Well, how do you get the phone number to log into Clubhouse?
It's a $15 a 1 month plan for 30 days.
Oh, and then once you cancel it, the number just remains.
Yeah, but you don't
Like,
even.
sign up with the number.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even do that anymore. I'm not buying any more phones because now I can just get a new burner number for $1.99, so it's pointless.
How many phones do you have?
I don't know, 60 maybe.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are they all laid out on a table and you just
No.
plugged in permanently?
No, I got these little. No, I got a cell phone rack. You can go on eBay and buy cell phone racks.
Everyone in Clubhouse at the same time?
No, I'm live streaming mostly to YouTube and X. The YouTube accounts again have over 20,000 videos, and there's a lot of Clubhouse videos. Like it is the de facto Clubhouse library for the past 5 years. There's nobody else. And you know what I found out in the state of Illinois? Anything that you record, that's your copyright. It doesn't go the other way around. Not in Illinois. So that's one interesting thing I uncovered while I was doing this podcast with this guy George, who runs the Prairie Report, this newspaper. So that was interesting because he was very upset that I live streamed the interview as well. But it goes both ways. So he's like, there's nothing I can do that you live stream yourself. He's like, but you didn't ask me. I'm like, well, we didn't discuss anything and we didn't sign anything. So we were on a Zoom call that you recorded. So you tell me, I can't infringe on your recording, but I also have 10 of the same recordings, so it is what it is. But people would have to spend a lot of money suing you to prove that there were damages, and there's really no damages for anybody on this app financially. So anyways, this is what I'm doing. I don't know. This is like my next level game of Clown House. I can't believe other people are doing it. I would love to see a John Kitover YouTube account or a John Kitover Clubhouse account, like somebody recording me and publishing me. Like that's when I know I'm like starting to optimize and automate what I'm doing, because that would mean I don't have to do. That means people are doing for me what I have to do for myself.
There's only one John Kitover in the world, John. We don't need two of you.
Well, if I had an assistant, a secretary or a videographer working for me, and filming a lot more, like it would be even more obnoxious. But it would be fun to have somebody doing it.
Figure out any way to monetize any of the content, right? For the most part.
No, none of this is monetized on Google. None of the accounts are at the threshold yet.
Well, not even a threshold, but to make some kind of product from clips of all the recordings that you have, the best of the best or something, to make little like animations.
The product is the campaign.
Ridiculousness of a fight in here or something like that.
The product is the campaign. That's the one big leap that's connected with my profiles, with my identity, because all of these recordings, are technically coming to Congress with me. So I've recorded every speaker, every topic under the sun. There's nothing that I have not heard which would be new, in the stupid book. So that's all I'm saying. In the Clubhouse book, because like everything on this app is it's a lot of drama, it's a lot of gossip, it's a lot of screaming and road raging. But I will submit that even the 2 little poems that I have read today is of higher value to you personally, intellectually, and psychologically than just about 99.9% of everything you've ever heard on this app.
John, I still think you need to take like 15, 20-second clips of really crazy moments on here, and then somehow get AI to animate those with characters, like character-driven cartoons.
Yeah, I tried that.
Moments.
I tried that.
Yeah,
It's
we're gonna
difficult.
do it because I know it would be entertaining to throw it on Instagram or definitely probably TikTok.
There's ways to manipulate the algorithm on YouTube. I have like some tricks, but I've done the things that I've done so many times, or what to me works best. But I'm going to this meetup here in Chicago at the end of the month with this Polish guy who has a very big X account, and he's friends with Elon Musk, and this former CEO of X, and he's putting it together this like 1 day training seminar for marketing on X. So we'll see what he says. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of interesting things. He takes great photos with him holding signs at like key, basically, venues, cool places. He takes great photos. So, but I don't know. He works in politics. He goes to he works for campaigns, and you know, it's all about money for some people. But I guess, eventually when you have influence or art power or star power, like you get compensated for what you're doing. But I don't have any money to do this guy.
You call it Clubhouse Clips, and you start off with a logo that says Clubhouse Clips, and then whoosh, with like a hand smacking it away or something. And then you go right to two people fighting on Clubhouse, like with Jazzy, like laying into somebody, and you animate her as like just a crazy black woman, and then you animate whatever's going on the other side of it. You go back and forth, and then it just ends, and the next one's like Clubhouse Clips. Whoosh, again, it's a new one.
Listen, people view videos. You get views only based off of keywords. Like if there's not keywords attached to it, there's multiple variables that go into creating a video that will go viral in the algorithm. I can easily
Well, the keywords
identify.
will cover whatever content, whatever the subject is. So there's people fighting about, I don't know, Israel. If it's Jews fighting with Hebrew Israelites or something, those are your keywords right there.
Yeah, but
crazy Jews fighting with Hebrew Israelites.
That may or may not get rewarded. I mean, you'd have to go through my videos and sort by most popular, and then look at the titles and look at the videos and say, okay, there's a reason why these are better than the bottom tier ones that got no views. So that's one way to look at it.
I think they have to have an animation along with them. They have to have a visual fun aspect to them.
Well, it's mostly just 15-second clips of Clubhouse people, yelling at each other. Politically Correct with Lisa and Patty and Dr. AG. Those rooms are so toxic and so crazy because there's so much profanity that, to me, they're my new gold standard in terms of, profanity and derogatory remarks and insanity. I don't know, you could spend some time on my YouTube and watch Politically Correct here on Clown House, and you can see the madness that is politically correct.
I mean, what does that say about politically correct when I look at all the madness that's been going on in these other rooms? Like, that's crazy.
I don't know, that's why I think it's like, see, a lot of people say they take breaks, like, oh, I haven't been on this app in 4 weeks. It's like, lady, you've been on here 2 weeks talking nonstop. What are you talking about? You haven't been on this app. Most people are probably so hypnotized that their amnesia sets in. They don't even know they're on this app all day long. So, my point is, by not talking on here and just recording it, I left the house, I didn't even take my phone with me, to the gym, I had a great afternoon, I come back, and boom, I'm still recording, because the former room closes, but because of this clicker, it brings me right back into a new room, so I never have any dead airtime. I try to prevent, wasting having any dead airtime on my end as a recorder.
I've been enjoying talking apes lately. The last couple of days, I've actually really enjoyed their conversation.
Me too. I'm just like, wow.
They're not stupid, right? Like, I feel like some of the rooms the people are kind of generally dumb in them. Like, Chillism is a more intelligent room, but it's outrageous. Talking Apes is fun and sometimes smart, and not necessarily outrageous, and they're not really rude. And I don't know, I really like them.
Me too. I've been enjoying them too.
I stumbled upon them recently. Maybe because I'm like generally following you nowadays, like I didn't used to. Maybe that's how I found them actually. So I'm wondering why I haven't seen them before, if they've been around a while.
Yeah, they have been around a while. But yeah, I've actually been really enjoying going into their rooms too. It's just like some
sometimes, like, I've just got so much to do that, like, I just really need to be in listening mode and not, like, up trying to make sure I'm talking to everybody and whatnot. And it's a great place to go.
And it's a generally black room that appreciates my voices, which is rare. That's another thing. I'm heard, and they respond, and to let anything if I want to add something. They're super cool like that. I really like them, but it's generally a black room.
Yeah, I think so too. I've enjoyed it. I thought their conversation today was, they did really good given the topic.
Yeah, I thought it was more interesting than, and JB's a friend of mine, but I still thought it was more interesting than JB's room on the male versus female take. I thought they did a better job of it.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
And they listen to reason, and they're influential. I don't know what that word is. Influenceable.
Yeah.
It's not they don't just stand in their ways and bark out bullshit and refuse to listen to people.
Yeah. And each other. Like they were
Yeah,
there were times where like they kind of took one position, but then you could kind of see as the conversation went on and more people spoke, like you could actually see people kind of being like, well, yeah, okay, I see that.
Totally. It's really unusual. That's what I noticed mostly about it today. The biggest thing I noticed about it was that was happening. My ADHD, keyed into the fact that this is unusual. Well, this is the trend that
You know the Raven girl that was in there?
Yeah.
She's a Bollywood star.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. She is
Yeah,
Bollywood
she's smart.
star.
She's fun. I like this in her too.
Yeah, she does like probably their equivalent to like daytime drama. She's done a couple movies, but yeah, she's got like over 1 million followers on Insta.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
John, what's your thought process behind why you copy house names and people's names?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Because I'm trying to point out the conditioning of Mojo or Roger Mayhem because that's not a real person. So I'm trying to break and dehypnotize and condition people by having some alternative spaces for people to reflect on why they're here, giving so much of themselves in conversation and communication.
Why people are here, like as in this house?
Clown House, yeah.
Well, this house too, because he's duped in the month before.
Yeah, it's duped twice actually by him. Because Mojo asked that it be reported.
See, the thing is, somebody asked me, are you the parasite or the host? And I said,
That's a good question for you. I've never every time I go for that question for you. Because you're both. You're totally both.
It is fitting. I told them, I said, those are Kitovers.
see, this is a game, and a lot of people, I just wish they could view what I'm doing as a compliment to what they're doing. And if they were to run with it as they have ran in the past, we run pretty fast, pretty far together, and having all these extra brains in this room essentially creates a nexus of sorts in this political campaign, which needs money and needs action and movement and mass communication. So this app and In the Muff could be extremely vital in terms of managing this campaign, because imagine if chillism became like an actual politically organized room and somebody in there ran for Congress or mayor, like they could potentially politically get together and really organize it, you know, because having all these brains and all these fingers and all these cell phones, it's a massive brain. So that's really what you would hope to achieve in any political movement.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, it's all nodes and nexuses. I mean, that's the whole breakdown of the government and the chain of command from the commander in chief down to the congressional, you know, the senatorial, the judicial. Everything is like one huge, you know, giant network. But I'm saying in order to achieve a node in that network, having an app like this get organized and working together in a very intelligent way would be the ultimate goal of having a mass communication free telephone conference call app.
If that ever happened, it would also bring awareness to Clubhouse in a good way. It's largely unknown outside of
Yeah.
the way you do it. And it deserves to be known more than it is, I think, but at the same time, it needs to try harder to be less disgusting. If that's what it wants. You know what I mean? Like giving people the ability to be anonymous, in my opinion, is literally about creating more drama, and that seems the opposite direction that I'd be wanting to take it if I was in charge of it.
Well, what's interesting being somebody who records, so there's so much content of me which is clipped and curated, topical, versus the live stream footage that I've accrued. The live stream footage is so much data and so many videos and so many effing hours that if you were to look at it, you'd say this is crazy. There's 7,000 live streams just in this one account alone, and it's all of Clownhouse because you know, I set it and I forget it. I'll come back in 2 hours, 3 hours. Some videos are 6 hours. Some videos are 24 hours. Some videos are 36 hours. So what I'm saying is there's just too much content, not enough substance.
Yeah, 100%. And that is true, Ron. That is very true.
Somebody from Clubhouse digging for something.
Yep. Unless they're trying to find ammo.
Yeah. I need some receipts. Fucking receipts. Ro, what are you doing? There's slippers.
When it slips.
Don't mind me, everybody's blocked.
Don't mind me, everybody's blocked.
You know, I've had a big fight with Adams over the past couple weeks, really past couple years. But Adams, at one point we had a truce. I'm just wondering, in the name of peace, stillness, and joy, can we form a peace and a truce today, right now? Can I apologize?
Look at my profile, John. You know, out of anybody, it's probably the most surprising that John didn't make the block list.
Wow. Good on you.
Good on you, John. Don't mind me.
I mean, John might be obnoxiously annoying sometimes, but he's far from dangerous. Blocklist is for dangerous people, in my opinion.
Goo, the little troll that runs around here sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he literally went through and blocked every conservative Clubhouse, and every time any of them tried to open the room, he immediately went out on stage so nobody could get in.
So that's such a good idea.
So fucking obnoxious.
It's terrible.
Black, black, black. People silly. How you doing, Ro? Oh, he's playing Monica right now. I'm glad you came up.
Yeah, sometimes I want to be out here on the stage, but I don't really want to talk or anything, so I feel like that's a good way to do it. Just thumbs up. Right.
Yep. Good. I'm glad things are good. I know my best, that's like why I land in rooms like Talking Apes. Because it's like, well, I mean, I want to be in a room, I want to be around people, but just not, you know.
It's funny. I mean, until recently, I was almost never modded anywhere, and I don't mind being modded, but it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it matters to me when I appreciate people doing it. Like, I appreciate it as a as a courtesy or whatever. It's nice, but at the same time, I would never change because of it. It doesn't matter because I don't have the mind frame that feels like I value it very much. You know, it's nice to be able to say something and kind of have creative control when it's needed, you know, like that little default of creative control is helpful, provided, you know, the mod is acting appropriately at all times or whatever. I think it's helpful to have it, but for the room's sake. But at the same time, like we were talking, I think it was in the room yesterday where we were talking about how some people change when they have it, some people change when they don't. Like, I mean, if anything, I probably talk more when I have it, but I don't change it, and I don't change. But if I don't have it, I usually just sit in the audience and I'll talk about, you know, or I say in the comments.
Yeah. No, I totally get it.
Like, Rohan gets mod everywhere because he is an active mod. You know what I mean? Like, I don't consider myself an active mod who generates good conversations for content purposes. Like, he's like kind of a leader in that sense.
It's so much responsibility. I have no problem leading in a lot of spaces, but it's, you know, and especially with our group of people that we roll with on this app, they like to have these marathon rooms. Like, to me, 2 or 3 hours, get me through my afternoon commute or my morning commute, and then shut down the room. That's why I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Punch Bowl on Twitter. Oh my God, it's amazing. So Margot used to be on the app, and I still talk to her every once in a while when they open up a night room and I go onto their stage. But she got tired of the drama over here, and they have a whole Punch Bowl conservative, you know, Twitter where there's like 300-400 people, you know, every single morning. You know, they have, you know, great music, like they have great topics, they have great and most importantly, there's no drama.
Wait. And I was in the fucking middle of answering your question. Can you be patient for the answer?
Before you answer my question, Matt,
Can you be patient for the answer? You have asked the question. May I respond to it?
I'm actually very patient with you guys for the last like 2 days. I don't know what's happening.
May I respond to the question that you asked?
Okay, wait guys. Okay, I'll put 10 seconds, get off your chest, and then go. Okay.
You guys are fucking wasting time.
Caleb, what do you say?
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute.
You get right away.
I was actually.
These people are making me sick, guys. Wallahi, listen, these people are making me so fucking sick.
Yeah.
Even like it. Bro, listen.
Wait, bro.
Okay, brother. You were talking more than me, but okay. Hold on.
Guys, hold on, man. I can barely hear Abu finish off.
Yeah, I know. Actually, for once, I was like literally engaging with them. Yeah, as general before you guys joined, I was actually having a conversation.
I'm very skeptical of. I can hear the maniac in your voice.
Like, you actually cannot have a conversation with them because they always beat around the bush and they don't give you a straight answer, and you know, it's never a good one. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Russ. Go ahead. Yeah, like it was your.
I'm gonna say what. I was hearing, bro. What I want
time I meet one of them, the first thing that comes to my mind is Gaza and seeing the kids. And I go, should I call this guy and say, fuck you, piece of shit, Israeli, be Palestine, or just like, be professional because I don't want to like lose my job, right? Because this is how I make my bread. In order for me to make my bread, I gotta work. You know? Like I see Caleb, bro. Caleb, she called that other guy named Nathan, the Canadian and whatever. You know, they both, they wouldn't even call it a genocide, bro, but they will bring up something that happened 80 years ago, like over and over again, and try to force you to like accept it. And if you don't accept it, they'll go crazy on you, bro. You know?
I think Yashib, like the actual question that was asked, where like as a kind of hooked him, is that like who's the reason behind the increase in anti-Semitism and Jewish hate on the outside? And
of course.
He'll give you a whole bunch of answers, but he wouldn't say the actual answer. Like he wouldn't say it.
Yeah, but can I just say something to your point? I think this is a cross-check pattern. I've actually looked up the stats. So yeah, there has been an increase in anti-Semitism, but it's nothing compared to the levels of anti-Black hate crimes that are like significantly higher in the States, and then it's Islamophobia, which has skyrocketed. And then I believe there's South Asian hate, and the anti-Semitism is somewhere in the 4th or 5th. But yet they like to make it about themselves. That this is what's happening to us. It's the highest level, it's never been this high. And I agree. When you conflate and you bring together Judaism and ethnicity together, you're literally now saying Jewish people are this, but you can't separate it. It is the state of Israel who's doing what it's doing in the name of Jewish people. Anti-Semitism, blame it on fucking Israel and all the heinous things that it's doing.
But you heard
no, that's not gonna happen.
He wouldn't say that. Like he would say anything, but he wouldn't blame state of Israel for all this. He's a freak.
And that's to deny the stats.
They deny everything, bro. It's unbelievable.
Ace, I don't see any Islamophobia. I see Islam hate. I see Islam hate.
Islam hate. The phobia is a really bad term. It should be phobia means fear. I think it's a stupid term. It should be Islam. Yeah, Islam hate. Severe hate.
I really was hoping I would see like a Torah showdown.
Would there be a Torah showdown? Hold on. Listen, Chief. This is a so-called rabbi who is questioning someone else's Jewishness. Because he got cooked in an argument by Eze. So now he's questioning how Jewish like she is, and he's a rabbi?
Yeah, Happy died when he was like another girl. He never lived in the shoes of a Jew.
I mean, I blame Abu for the whole situation. I just don't give a fuck.
I had to come out from you for that one. You didn't want to ask the one.
Negative, it's not anything negative, but it's a lot of other motherfuckers on it.
Well, there definitely are. There definitely are. I don't know. Shitty people just gonna be shitty, I suppose. Pepe's room too boring for you, John?
No, I went to Amir's room where Caleb had a crash out, and then they laughed at him and made fun of Jews and Zionists and said how much they hate the Jews and hate the Zionists and all kinds of other ridiculous lies. Then I clipped it, put it on.
Oh, he has a room? That's interesting.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Hey, Pepe? Slippers, were you talking about Pepe?
Yeah.
Yeah, airing out your dirty laundry.
Oh, well, good for him. I hope he spends the next several hours making another account.
Sounds like he bleached his tidy whities and now he's got them on the line. I sometimes like to play with my food too, Ro, believe it or not.
See, your problem is you can't tell the difference between food.
Did the clubhouse audio glitch get you?
Such a shame. What was he saying?
I don't know. The clubhouse audio glitch got him. He
See,
can't say anything now.
this is what happens when you're censored.
Uh-oh.
You can't have the thought. You can't have the thought because they stop you before you can have the full thought.
What full thought?
Only you, John. Only you.
Oh my goodness.
Well, my dear moderators, since no one's saying anything, I'd be happy to read another poem.
No way you're doing that. So mean. Don't do
It is
that.
a clubhouse. I swear, it is a clubhouse glitch.
That's the way I am. No,
I know. I know how.
John is doing it to himself and making it look like someone's doing it.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Because usually it's much faster than that. Like you get one or two words out, and boop, you're gone. He was going to tell me the secrets of the world too.
What is Pepe's wrong?
It's airing out your dirty laundry or something like that in the hallway. 2 doors down to the left.
don't like it.
Sounds like you're kind of crash and burning, son.
Right.
You were so, you were like so peppy and drunk earlier. And like, you sound like you're gonna fall asleep now.
I'm gonna fall asleep by 8. I'm sober now.
Okay.
I no longer want to eat your blood.
Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize for saying that to you.
You are forgiven.
Psych.
Oh my God.
It just went from
Go to bed. Go to fucking bed.
Amy, would you put him in bed already? The vocalization and everything.
I don't put him in bed.
In my house. He's like 12. Did you hear him say psych to me?
Like, I haven't heard that since my age of 12.
Psych.
How old are you?
Old enough to have 7 grandbabies.
For real?
Oh, real?
You look really young.
I'm 50.
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Have you ever socialized?
They can say no, then what? You don't gain or lose anything. You're safe place. I remember
At the age of 50.
Right?
You had your kids when you were, what, 20, maybe?
Yeah. We started young. That one was not taken in 1971.
Like 3?
Yeah, straight
5.
Just straight out of the Sudanese Liberation Army. Surrender.
I had 5. And yeah, we started right away. I got married at 19.
That's one thing I wish I did. I started when I was 30. I only got 1, but I always wish I started younger.
Yeah, I kind of do too. It's good both ways, but we had it when we were 33. Yeah.
I mean, we had this wild plan that let's just go ahead and start having our kids now while we're broke and struggle with the kids and all grow up together. And then by the time we get them out of the house, we'll be in a position to go and enjoy the world and enjoy each other and, yada. And then he goes and dies.
pass away? What did he pass away from?
He passed away 4 years ago, an asthma attack in the middle of the night.
How random is that? Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I found him on the nebulizer the next morning. So, yeah. This is very random and unexpected.
Was it because of COVID 4 years ago?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, no. It was just, he did not have COVID. The medical examiner, at that point in time, they were checking everybody for COVID anyway, but no, he didn't have COVID. He just, he had always occasionally randomly struggled with asthma. I don't know.
Well, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
That's right.
Let it go and say, I am serenity now.
I ought to be quiet though, I don't want Jarl coming in here talking about me trying to play the white woman victim.
Well, it's the happy hour, and it's always 2-for-1 drink specials. Oh, hey, Mother. Mother, you were very fierce today. You really defended yourself quite a bit today. Wow, you didn't put up with any bullshit on this app. I heard you.
Wait, what did I say? I forget.
You defended yourself, very aggressively.
Yeah, I'm an 8 so bitch, but I don't know what we're talking about. This happened so far ago.
Oh, you have to check out my YouTube.
I'll just take the compliment. I mean, it does. No, your mama did raise a bitch. She raised a bad bitch. Yeah, but what argument in particular are we referencing? Because I can't hear
I don't even know. John, what argument are you referencing?
Yeah, you were in Anson's room and you were fighting back. You're like, we don't need no fucking military officers telling us what we need to know. We already know what we need to know. And you were really pushing back against the military-industrial complex and all those white officer soldiers, Mother.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't in that room. You have me.
Yeah, I got you on recording. You were vigorously defending your position.
So against but I said that I was fine with the military being out in most cities because of my personal experience. Like most countries that I've lived in outside of the U.S. have had military supporting the local officers. It's not really a big deal to me. So that's why I'm like, you're probably confused because that's always been my position. So it sounds like counter to my position. So
You have to hear the clip. You want to hear the clip, Mother?
Have you ever argued with Anson?
Hey, John.
No. Anson? Oh, you mean yesterday? Oh, no, he's yesterday. Anson's an 80-year-old former submarine captain. So you're talking about when I said about the most U.S. recruits to the military being idiots? That's what we were arguing about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't about the military. Yeah, that was about him saying they were all like low IQ.
You misrepresented the entire argument, John. I had no idea what you were talking about, but now I understand.
I didn't either, Mother. I was like, well, that wasn't the argument we had the other day, so I didn't even assume he was talking about that.
Exactly. I was like, let's see, what are you talking about?
John looks like a magician. He has like a magician mustache.
He is.
I'm also a hypnotist. I'm not just a magician. I'm a powerful hypnotist.
He looks like a magician with that mustache.
Son, I am like...
magician. John would be a very good magician because he's completely full of shit.
I'm a powerful hypnotist, son.
Damn, that was vicious, Mike.
I'm
Why
willing...
are you taking advantage of the opportunity that we're engaging with John? This is years of pent-up frustration coming out.
I don't know why I like John. I've liked John for a very long time, but I don't know why, and I'm embarrassed to admit it. But it's
Well,
it's beautiful curly hair. This is what it is.
Well, the first time I met Mike, we read poetry for like an hour.
We did. I remember that. Yeah. And you got me reading Marcus Aurelius, which I really appreciate. Actually, I really like most everything of his.
Well, looky there. Winning friends and influencing people.
Sound like y'all fell in love.
Well, in the muff, technically for, some people, when they get inside of the muff, if it's moist enough, while they're inside the muff, someone might ask them, not ask them, ask them, what is your secret recipe?
John, you know she doesn't like that word.
It's in the room title.
Moist is not in the room title. Moist.
I'm sorry, no.
Muff implies moist though, like it goes in.
Don't say that word.
The muffins aren't good if they're not moist, actually.
Exactly. Who wanted brown?
Yeah, nobody likes the dry muffins.
You can form a student
I
organization
do.
with this
I'm working out. I'm not be on a stage over here. I got things. I got to sleep.
No, said no, but likes the dry muffin.
Especially with a 50-year-old dry muffin.
Right?
So I have a question for you guys.
All right.
So I'm trying to plan where I want to go for a year-end vacation, and I'm trying to decide if I want to do 3 weeks in Brazil, or if I want to do a week in Spain, and then a week in Morocco, and then a week in France.
Hey, mother, hold on. Well, you want to come today? We were talking about muffins. Then now you want to switch conversations to trip. That's what I mean.
I like the one week divided up.
But I'm glad you did.
Because vaginas that make me uncomfortable. Like, it's kind of gross.
You actually came out of one, mother, but you like it or not. You came out of one.
Stop reminding me of my traumatic history, okay? Please, and therapy for that.
Those are your roots. That's your foundation, sir.
Yes, but
Someone.
No, I was gonna say, if I was gonna do the 3 weeks in Brazil, I might do a week and a half in Argentina, and then the other week and a half in Brazil.
Mother, the other week when I was at the bar, somebody said, "Are you a faggot?" And I said, "If I was a faggot, I would be upset at what you just said."
I mean, if you were talking about Brazil, I would think you were a faggot.
So Sean just put in the chat that Android users cannot speak right now.
Yeah.
Well, look at God. Finally, fuck, it took 4 years. Classism at its best.
It's just, I think, the version of your phone or something. But this Android that I'm using, this is a Motorola that works. But you're right, my Android Mojo doesn't work.
Well, there you go. That sucks.
Are you gonna get offended if I share this with you?
Go ahead, Mother.
Okay. Are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll do this when you're not streaming.
No, now would be the best time.
You'll never do it because he's always streaming.
Yeah, the now is all
Okay,
important.
so one day you came in here with your John Kitover PTR with the hat, and I was like, oh man, that old guy's kind of cute. Who is that? And then when I found out it was Edmund, I almost physically threw up in my mouth. Like gag.
Is it like a monthly thing where some guy makes you like almost throw up in your throat and make you gag? Like, does that happen to you monthly, weekly, yearly? How often?
No, like every couple days.
Well, I've heard amongst gay men on this app that they've got like jaw injuries from being gay.
Okay, you're sucking way too much dick to have a jaw injury, or you're doing something that is like enormous, which most people know. Like, I don't know. Some guys have a thing for that. I think your dick is plus after a certain size. That's not going anywhere. I want it to be more than 6, 7 inches. Like goodbye.
We're gonna go back to talking about moist muffins.
No, I want to talk about it.
Well,
Mother, I can always fold mine in half for you.
Thank you. At least Mike is respectful. You know, like I have to use his mouth for other things.
You know,
that tie down there is my Android account. It's working. It's actually working.
well, if anybody wants to try some moist Irish soda bread, link is in the chat. I figured out the secret for moist Irish soda bread.
Come on, you're gonna make her go away, and I love her. Don't do that.
I'm just saying, link is in the chat to the most delicious recipe you've ever seen for Irish soda bread.
John, go shave.
He said his Android was working.
I'm on a Motorola, but oh, well, whatever. Who cares? You know what? When I couldn't speak, I was like, you know what? This is the best thing that could have ever happened.
Clubhouse needs to get rid of those fall previews. It's screwing everything up.
Well, you know what is screwing everything up for a lot of people is their big fat mouths. And you know, you see that fish on that wall there? You know how it got there? It opened its mouth!
Oh my goodness. Hey, Kim, are you there? Okay. Could you speak with your Android? Did you actually talk through the Android phone?
I think I did.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys heard me though. I'm speaking in this one, then I switched to that one. I said something. I can't know.
Okay. Because I heard you say at one point, my Android is working, but I thought you were.
No, I was sitting on this account. So
Okay.
I got time. I'm not as good as John to use the mouse.
Yeah, all my accounts are pretty much shadow banned now on YouTube, so it's like I'm getting very little views, but surprisingly late at night, when I think an international audience comes on, my YouTube can get flooded with thousands and thousands of views, so I've just been setting it and forgetting it.
I think they're showing you stuff in Chinese prisons.
Well, I hope one day, Joe, you can maybe go get to visit a Chinese prison, you know, project however you want.
Oh dear. Monica, where you been?
I have Tuesday evening at Nathan every week.
Gotcha.
And then I went to go visit Chilla's. They screaming over there. It's much nicer.
You know, Monica, I know Mojo's not here to tell you how beautiful you smell tonight, but you look beautiful, Monica.
You think so? I think I need my nails clipped in my PTR, but okay.
Oh, look at Prince down there. He's all tucked in, looking professional, like a pro-terrorist.
Are we searching for a topic that we're commenting on people?
We're talking about what it's like to live in a moist place.
Like Indiana, the land of sweaty corn?
Wherever. Is that in the moth?
Monica, he won't quit saying the N-word, and Serendipity's going, wait. Wait, it's in the rules not to say the N-word.
No, moth.
Sorry. M and Mike. Sorry.
As in moist.
That doesn't help things, that you said it.
That disgusting word.
Well, if you'd like, I can read you a poem from inside the moth.
No.
That was quick. That was a quick no.
We talked about our favorite genres of music this morning, and I got criticized for an inferior poll, and then no one put up the new poll with the correct directions. And we can talk about our favorite songs.
Yeah, Monica, what is your go-to karaoke song?
I said Don't Be a Buttercup, but I like Lonely Lonely, and I like Brown Eyed Girl.
You didn't even include rock as one of your options. I don't know that you're the authority to be discussing music genres.
I asked someone else to start a new poll after I screenshotted and took down the one that had Tom McDonald.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I don't mean to brag, but I'm gonna. I have a knack for making polls, and it should be recognized. My skills at surveys.
Wow. You're great at rising
You most
polls.
of the time have math skills.
Making polls or dancing at polls?
Raising polls,
No, I think
creating
that, John.
polls. She's a poll creator.
John's the pole dancer.
Listen, in the muff, a poll and the muff are perfectly created for one another.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, is this late night in the muff and I got the time wrong? Because I thought we were still on happy hour, but if it's late night in the muff, I'm going to say goodnight and y'all have a good time.
No, remember this is the call my chill room.
No, happy hour plan. Grow up a little bit. It's okay. No one's gonna touch you.
No, that's not true. I've unfortunately been touched in the muff before and I did not enjoy it, and people need to hands off Monica in the muff. No touchy Monica in the muff. Just saying.
You do not have her consent.
I paid for consent.
No.
I'm not trusting girls just let you do it.
Right, just grab them.
No, it was they'll let you. When you're rich and famous, they'll let you.
Yeah.
Some women will. Some
Yeah,
women will.
the problem is the opposite, rich and famous.
That's right.
No,
So,
there's
so,
not.
thanks for confirming you are rich. You can just grab them by the month. Okay, gotcha.
Well, if the
I
candidate
don't know, it's funny
congressman,
because even if I was rich and I was sort of perverted, I don't know what it would mean to grab a girl at her vagina. Like, that's a really weird place to just grab somebody. Like, it's so bizarre. It's just, that was weird.
If you listen to the quote, it starts with kissing.
well, sometimes, the muff gets grabbed. And it's all just about a question of how you grab the muff.
I don't know how you do it. Facing front and awkwardly reaching, or like reaching around from back. Like, I don't even get how that would happen. Pretty much ever. Seems odd.
Well, you should have some experience.
Can come from describing how to do this.
Well, especially someone you don't know.
Well, you need, first of all,
In public, like, what's the point of grabbing a woman? Like, that is just weird as fuck.
It is weird. It really, if you really think of it happening in public to somebody you don't know, it's very fucking weird.
Yeah,
Rich or not, it's weird.
that's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck. That's unacceptable.
well, I have seen muffs get grabbed on the train, in the nightclub, even in the church. I've seen muffs get grabbed just about everywhere.
You gotta watch the people you hang around.
I've seen muffs just get grabbed just about everywhere.
Well, it seems he has a lot of direct experience.
Well,
Why are you always catching these people?
Joe, do you,
What world are you watching to catch all this muskrat?
Joe, do you like ranch on your pizza?
Never tried it.
And you call yourself a pizza professional?
Actually, I don't. Other people do, but I don't.
Well, you gotta try dipping your cheese pizza in some ranch one night. It's really delicious. It's very moist. A lot of fat. It's the fat that satisfies in the mouth.
No, I do like it.
That might be a Chicago thing, John. The ranch on the pizza. That might be. If nobody else said nothing, that might be a Chicago thing.
It's definitely a Midwest thing. I do like hot honey on pizza. That is very good.
Oh yeah, chicken, hot honey, jardinera. Oh, that's how you get to them off. Well, at some point, I'd like to read another poem to all you beautiful people in Muff.
Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, did the mute button get you again?
No, bitch. I muted myself.
I did not mute him. I did not mute him. I absolutely did not mute him. Oh boy. Damn, Pepe.
Thankfully, his room is not popping up for me in the hallway at all.
I guess he's in there trashing every conservative clubhouse woman known to mankind. Oh no. Yeah, I think he's. Yep, he's back again.
You got another house or the same house?
No, his house is gone. He's got like a public room. But yeah.
So you went from a house to a trailer?
Uh-huh. A mobile trailer.
Yeah, I think he went from his mobile trailer to a car or a van down by the river.
Maybe. Like, don't you have anything better to do? Women get razzled by that shit. Like, just cut it out.
Central Park.
We are so reading. Oh, I am sure I agree with you. It's not reading.
Edie, there, are you away from your phone?
I'm here.
Grab him by the muff. Who did that?
Wait, people think audio books are counted.
Uh-huh.
It's terrifying, most Americans. Like I, you know, I'm
Hello, Cecilia Wallace.
Everybody look at William Wallace.
That's right. Sending William some love down in the goose.
I was watching John Kitover's YouTube live. And then William appeared. Hi, William.
Wait, you were watching this room live?
Yeah. That's in the chat. If you go to
Oh, thank you, God.
it was just funny hearing the voices coming back. I'm not quite sure what John is doing, but okay.
Joseph. I remember you from Anson's room yesterday. Joseph, are you on an Android? We can't hear you. Sometimes it's just a Clubhouse glitch, and you can leave and come back, and then it will work. But I heard that Android users are having this issue right now. Try the leaving, like exiting Clubhouse and then coming back into the room and see if that works. If not, like I said, there is apparently a known Android issue. Oh, yeah. Are you on an Android? Yeah. I guess they've all been having issues with it all day long. We actually had somebody else. Sean. Sean's chat warrioring up right now too because he can't talk either.
It's so good that Sean can't talk.
Not too much on Sean.
Shut the hell up, Sean.
You see what he's doing there, Sean?
He gave him shit about it, but talk shit in the chat.
You know, you could sit here and just say whatever you wanted to, and he couldn't say a word. Let's face it, I know if Kitover got stuck in that situation, I know exactly what I'd say to him to get him all kinds of triggered. I would just be like, John, if I asked you not to stream, would you accommodate me? And he'd lose his mind.
It is what it is, right? People have their, like what you do. You give everybody the same kind of energy. You can sit up here and you talk crazy to everybody, right? Which I can respect.
Not everybody. Right? So like,
well, you know what I mean. Like everybody's, like every race, every particular individual.
Sure, but it's like, but if you've ever caught on to
They
me,
have a destruction. Why? You had something better?
If I really go out my way, it's like really make fun of people like I did tonight. It's because personally they did something that I don't like them. But when it comes to even how I will purposely like avoid cussing even in the presence of certain people, just because I know those people that really bothers them. So I will troll and give shit to specific people, but I have to find like where that line is for different people. So I usually, I don't just go off on anybody.
No doubt. I'm just sitting up. The only reason why I came up here was to sit up here and let you know that, look, there's a certain reason why certain people like that, like Abby, like Monica, like certain other people, there's a reason why a lot of people have issues with these characters, El Normo, so on and so forth.
What is? I mean, I can see with El Normo because he has fun doing his debating. He does have, I would say, annoying debate tactics. But what has Abby said that's like? She stands up for Israel. I get that, and but most of the conversations I've had with her have been more like most of the conversations I've had with her have been more like, I don't want to say too much, trying to look out for the safety of Jewish Americans, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that specifically. That's not the issue. It's just the issue is, I just don't understand how someone can play victim when they try to, and I'll just, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm not going to sit up here and go on a diatribe, but I just don't like how someone can sit up here and play victim while they themselves is actively taking advantage of certain people, and I'll just put it that way,
Especially when, I'm related to a specific group of people you're taking advantage of. So that's all I'm saying. But so with that being said, do you have anything to say about, let's say, somebody like Monica? Any negative things to say about that?
Well, she's not here to defend herself. But I mean, I know I'm saying things, but I mean, because it's my room and I'm deliberately doing it. But I would say with Monica, I think she knows how to walk a line to, in order for there to be like enough plausible deniability that she's not being, I don't know, racist, I guess you can say. I think she knows what she's doing. And it irritates a lot of people. A lot of people will say, well, either just come around the fence with it and say what you really mean, or, I don't know, why would she constantly bring up like the topic she would bring up?
But you understand why she's despised by a lot of people on this app too, right?
Yeah, I mean, for that reason. She hits on a lot of, especially like with black people, she kind of, like with a lot of those topics, she would, she walked the line, whether or not she was just like masking being racist or not. And I think, and I understand, because even I still get those, that impression of her.
I mean, look, I mean, it's cool to be a racist to me, as long as you own it. That's another piece of shit, morbidly obese, 350-pound, scumbag that'll sit up here and throw rocks and then hide her hands, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like,
Well, she's taken some shots at me recently, so let's not talk about her anymore.
Yeah,
I was. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna drop down, but I was just giving you a couple candidates for people that you can blast if that's.
Well, I do think, there's two groups on this app that definitely, I'll just say it, the Zionists and the pro-Palestine side, that you guys really don't like each other very much, and I understand why you guys don't like each other, but it's not really like it's not something I feel super personal about. I don't feel like it's attacking my identity.
Oh yeah, no. I was just sitting up here saying, I thought you might have run in with that person because that person claims to be so-called conservative.
We can go to sleep soon.
What does he think she is? I've talked to her. She's definitely conservative.
I mean, look, mind you, I don't, the political party game of conservative or liberal or whatever, moderate or whatever, but based off of the way she looks, all right, she looked like the one that leans left. Not saying that she wears blue hair, but she look like.
I'll say that she does, like, she definitely.
I don't look at it as whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, but wherever there's crime, I think that President Trump should do
fighting with them all the time in certain rooms, and like yesterday, do you know who Tira, the attorney, is?
Yeah, I've seen her in the room before.
And she's like a pretty sharp woman, right? So is Abby, and she was definitely wasn't. I guess that one wasn't too. That was more about the Constitution, like the law, but it wasn't really left versus right. But that was a bad example. I don't quite see that part. I mean, she could be to the right of me, even. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I've seen her in rooms multiple times going at it with people who would lean right, like Brad. like other people. I mean, what I know you have an issue with Brad, or I don't know. I'm not paying that much of attention. Huh?
I think she gets along with Brad as far as I know.
That much attention. Oh hell no.
I'm serious.
No, he. I don't know about that. But no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, she's, look, she's a character on here that, although she claims to be conservative, so-called, she has run-ins with a lot of different people that are so-called conservative or right-wing. I've seen him talk real bad about that broad, directly. So I'm just saying that I've seen other right-wingers on here talk crazy to her because, at the end of the day, she fakes the fun, so.
I don't, I've not seen this happen, that's why I don't even know who it would be. I mean, I would have to ask Brad, I'm not familiar with any of this happening.
No doubt. I'll drop that. I was just giving you some candidates,
No worries. So yeah, as far as, I know I was talking about, some of the sluts that are, on the right wing. Holy shit, now I'm trying to think what I was talking about. Yeah, I was putting headshots on people because I'm bored and, this account will probably get clipped. I see all of oh, we got resistance up here. This should be interesting. I saw a picture of you, resistance. The beard and all.
Yes, I'm the biggest threat to the Zionists.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because
You look like you could eat all the food aid.
I also look like I could beat the shit out of Christians and Jews
Wow.
with impunity too.
Really? But didn't you get arrested for it?
I got acquitted also.
Oh wow. Why do you want to beat up Christians?
Because you got piece of shits like Marco Rubio who state the Palestinian children who got bombed by American bombs can't come over here and get treated.
So you're gonna take a shot at La Raza, your fellow hombres, because they support Israel?
He's not my hombre. He's a white boy.
Is he? Wow.
Yes. He's a white American. Nothing Cuban about that cocksucker.
Oh, his family's not Cuban?
If that's what they want to so-called identify, they look like white Americans' ideology to me.
Amazing. What is your plan to destroy the Zionists?
Well, our plan to destroy the Zionists is that once Bibi Netanyahu gets thrown in the Hague or gets killed, either or, preferably hopefully he gets assassinated, but after that we have to dismantle the Israeli government, the far right. They all gotta get imprisoned.
Amazing. Who's gonna imprison them?
The Jews, the Israelis.
Oh, so the Jews are gonna lock up their fellow compatriots too?
Well, they're not their fellow patriots. They're the ones harming their country. They'd be patriots if they're bringing death and destruction to Israel.
So on October 7th, should they have just said, oh no, this is like, yeah guys, just keep on doing what you're doing. Yep, go ahead, just kill people.
They let them kill people.
Oh.
Why did it take them 6 hours to get to the border?
Amazing.
Israeli literally allowed Hamas to go in there and kill innocent people just so they can try to steal land.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, how much did Israel deserve what happened on October 7th?
1,000.
Amazing. 10 times over the top.
Yeah. They deserved it. They deserved the attack. You're not talking about the guerrilla tactics though, right? You're talking about just the attack itself.
Yeah, just everything they did, just like in totality.
Well, no, see, now you're asking a different question now. No. See, the attack itself is feasible, it's respected, but some of the tactics that we use are not. Just like, when certain countries go to war, it could be a just war, but you have idiots within the army or within the government that do terrorist or they do inhumane acts.
about synagogues. Should those be allowed to exist? Are you cool with the Jews, or you just don't like Zionists?
Yeah, no, the Jews. No, I hate the Zionists. The Jews are fine. I hate the Israelis and the Jews and the Zionist Jews.
Okay.
You do know there was thousands of Jewish people living in with the Palestinians prior to the colonial settlement of 1948. So the Jews were fine with the Palestinians.
They weren't always fine.
They were fine. They were there fine for hundreds of years.
Interesting.
Nothing was happening to them prior to 48. Nothing at all. It was those Europeans that came.
There was a few massacres, I mean, there's some fighting from both sides. I mean, I remember reading about that a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, because of European mass migration into the land and them trying to settle and take land. That's how the fighting started. Prior to that, everything was fine.
So if there was like an invading army going into Israel, would you join the fight against the evil Zios?
Yeah, of course. The Muslims versus the Zionists, yeah, we're supposed to invade them and take them out. They brought corruption to the Holy Land. They brought corruption to Jerusalem and Bethlehem and all these, historical beautiful places. They made that shit into Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, I have to push back because I do think if there's going to be like anybody I do think Christians should be the ones that would rule over it.
Well, I don't think that would be logical, especially when we once again took out the Christian, supremacy. And,
that's why we're going to take it. And yeah, so you guys ended up conquering, and so I think the Christians need to reconquer.
Yeah, but conquered justly though, because Christians were committing atrocities. You know that. The Crusades, they were wicked people. The Christians were persecuting other Christians, enslaving them, robbing them.
I'm sure, with the resistance movements, are you Dominican or Puerto Rican or both?
I am Caribbean.
Amazing. Well, I mean, the Reconquista of,
Nah, we're not from the white part though. We're the indigenous. We're not the Portuguese.
I saw your picture. You actually could pass as like a Pakistani. I saw your picture. I was like, oh, you have a big full beard too.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Amazing.
So when you take on the culture, you resemble the people. What are we gonna do about the white supremacists in Israel, though? How are we gonna discuss? Yeah, you don't see how they raise their children?
I mean, more people are brown in Israel than white. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter what color your skin starts turning after a while because you're in the sun. Their ideology is.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
I don't really care about the skin too much because you know they are white. A lot of Arabs are also
Have you socialized with him?
Africans that are white supremacists.
I guess my question would be when it comes to the white supremacists that exist in Europe and America, a lot of them, they don't allow Jews to become members, and they'll have things like Israeli flag. You probably like these people a lot actually, and they'll use an Israeli flag as a doormat, and they don't consider themselves when you say the word white supremacist, it's kind of like conflating it to who the term was originally applied to, which are not really.
Yeah, but it's different.
Really
When the white supremacist elite do deal with the Jews because they make a lot of money with them. You're talking about the redneck white supremacists, the KKK, or the barnyard. They hate Jews. We know that, but they ain't got no power. They ain't got no say so.
Well, the elites in America, for the most part, they were not very welcoming, especially in the past of Jews. They wouldn't even let them live even if they had money, they wouldn't let them live in
that's changed. The evangelical Christians are aligned with them now, giving them billions of dollars and, shielding them from prosecution of
sex crimes and terrorism.
So are you? I didn't know you were part of that Palestinian news network.
Yeah, man, those are my brothers.
I mean, I do see the little guy that goes around and he like gets in people's faces, but I haven't seen you in any of those videos. So are you guys always ready? It looks like he's willing to fight. That
We're always ready for hand-to-hand combat. Absolutely.
Well, here's what I would say about that. When you go across, like especially people that are not, like you can't always tell, but I mean, let's just say they're just like everyday Americans, probably not Jewish. When you say, oh, do you support Palestine? And they just say, and they shrug their shoulders. I would say the last thing you want to do is be offensive to them if you're trying to win people, to your side, and you definitely don't want to make them feel physically threatened, because then they're going to start associating pro-Palestinians with being, violent and intimidating, and how would that work to convince people?
Well, we're not trying to convince people.
What's the ultimate goal then?
The ultimate goal is just to bring awareness that you white supremacists are not going to get away with this barbarism anymore.
Well, before you were a Muslim, would you have had a strong opinion, you think, on Palestine and Israel?
Probably not.
So, just think about before you were a Muslim then. These people
I can't do that because then I'll be a savage just like them.
How are they savage if they're just not invested in it?
Because that's our culture here in America. We live like animals. We like our sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We really don't care about people's feelings. We're very shrewd. That's American culture. Not really caring about other people and their feelings and their plights.
It's finally.
I try not to think back on those days of ignorance.
I think some of us care about the plight of I actually care about the people in Palestine. I don't want to hear about innocent people dying or anything bad happening to them. I mean, I think most Americans are like that, but I think most Americans don't
Your awareness of the situation over there is not really even because of the Muslim Palestinians, it's because of the Christian Palestinians, because they're also being persecuted, and you have a connection to Christianity. So that's why you're also aware of it.
Doesn't rise. Videos, ties recommend.
Well, I would say, yeah, I do have gripes with how it's affected the Christian population. I would say it's obviously a lot different than what you see regarding the situation in Gaza.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that's what's brought your awareness probably more to the Palestinian issue, because you're like, wow, hold up, they're doing our people like this.
What's the third one? Make a cocktail.
On top of that, I mean, it's even more horrendous. So that's why I said it's probably that reason why you put a little more attention to it. Like you said, besides your humanity, that you don't obviously want to just see people being treated like animals.
I would just be frank about this part. I think the one difference between Christians is that, at least if they're practicing Christians, like on October 7th, we could not do that. Like our religion would, at least today, that would be just so against our religion that.
Yeah, but you do have Christian senators here in America and other high representation of states and legality that say some of the most heinous and disgusting things, such as starve them to death.
Who said that?
The Republican Senator
Randy Fine.
Yeah, there you go, Randy.
He's a congressman. But Randy Fine's a Jew.
Yeah, but it's the whole point. He's still American, and you got people in our country to say these things that are part of the government. He's not the only one. There's tons of others, Christians, some Jews. They say these things openly.
I would say pretty much all around America, if you go to any Baptist church, they've brought up how Gaza needs to be wiped out because it's promised to the Jewish people and it fits into their apocalyptic prophecy.
Well, yeah, I'm not a evangelical Christian or a Baptist. I don't really agree with them on their end times prophecy stuff, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you resistance. You know how I will push back, and I'll say that there's a justified. Israel's justified to have a response after October 7th.
Well, that's technically not true because once again, how can you be in a defensive posture at the same time as since 1948 always being on an offensive stand? It just wouldn't make sense. You're not really technically defending anything.
Well, I would say no. They were. So I would say it's kind of similar.
They created a condition to where their country, men and people, were attacked due to their apartheid and ethnic cleansing and their bombardment of another people. That's why that attack happened. It didn't just happen out of thin air like a terrorist attack. Like, oh, we just hate these people and we're gonna attack them because we're sovereign, meaning the Palestinians, West Bank, Gaza, that meaning they were sovereign. They had their own, presidents, their own prime ministers, their own. That's not the situation. It's a people literally being occupied. So therefore, you're on an offensive stand. You can't claim that you're doing defending your people. You're not. You're literally bringing harm to your people.
I don't know why people struggle so hard to understand this. Like, Israel is America Junior. They don't need a fucking reason to go into Palestine. They do it because they can. They are the dominant power in the region. Yes, Hamas was a provocation, but this country needed to be eradicated in the first place, right? Life is not fair. The world is not fair. We know the Israelis really don't give a fuck about, whether or not these people are starving. And Hamas is a threat. They're also a threat to America and the West. And we need Israel to do this dirty work right now and take care of this, right? Like, I think we need to stop beating around the bush. Americans don't actually give a fuck about this. We massacred, 350,000 Iraqis, destroyed their entire country. We have been involved in over 100 fucking wars in the history of the United States. We have massacred, turned governments over across the entire fucking planet. Americans are not people who are kind or care about, diplomacy and the rule of law, blah, blah. That's horseshit, right? We go into countries, we do whatever the fuck we want, and Israel has just learned from its daddy, America. Now Israel goes into countries and does whatever the fuck they want.
I just want to say this resistance. I look at it a little bit differently when it comes to. So you brought up. So you're talking about the territory and all of that since 1948. But I look at it when it comes to like what happened on October 7th. So I look at it kind of more similarly to 9/11, where you had a group that ended up committing the terrorist attack, and then you had America responding and targeting that group, which is kind of what they're doing, or trying to do. They also took hostages, which was obviously like, what do you think they're going to do?
That's absolutely wrong. The people who did 9/11 is not who America went after. They invaded two countries that had nothing to do with 9/11.
So Al Qaeda wasn't in. So you're telling me Al Qaeda wasn't in Afghanistan?
No.
And let's not forget the fact they killed 350,000 civilians in the process. So is what Israel really doing that much worse than what we did? No, it isn't, right? Israel still has many more thousands of people to kill before they reach America's stand.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't think of any country where if the attack was committed like on October 7th, where they wouldn't send their military after the group that did it.
But Israel didn't send their military. They ended up just carpet bombing the whole place. They're scared to send their military. They don't want to face Hamas and ground combat. They never have.
They do, but they end up walking into like human mousetraps. they get their tanks blown up by like a $300 explosive device, and it blows up like a $4 million
So that's
tank.
what the issue is, Pep. Israel is incapable of fighting a ground invasion against Hamas.
But the ground, you're making it sound like it would just be a battle fought with small arms fire, but even when it comes to the controlled detonations on the ground or from above, they realize that those, when they end up,
You're a smart and logical guy.
they are booby trapping them, and so the only way to set off, make sure there's no ordnance left is to literally set
Yeah,
off
but once
ordnance.
again, you're smart and you're logical. You're telling me there will be more casualties if they just did a more ground invasion other than a bomb, foreign bombs?
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly, that's my whole point.
No, there'd be more casualties, I'd say, fighting at a ground level.
Impossible. Impossible. Because the bombs, 3,000-pound bombs, blow everything up. If Israel, for example, in the beginning, if they would have told everyone, we're doing a ground invasion starting in the north of Gaza, everyone has to leave to evacuate. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people would have evacuated, and they would have never been in the way of the actual ground invasion of
But
people.
then why wouldn't they have?
Bombs,
If that's the
you can't
case,
flee anywhere.
sure, but they did tell them before they bombed it. They told them to leave the north.
And there's but hold on, Pep. You know there's reports that when they told them to flee to these areas, these corridors, they bombed them. The same corridors they said to go through. There's massive reports about this.
I'm not too familiar with which.
I'll put them in the link if you need to see them. Absolutely, they did. There's massive reports of when Israel told people to go to these safe zones, they would bomb them.
They double tapped a hospital yesterday morning. Do you think that they're trying to clear explosives?
No.
Are they trying to clear explosives in the hospital?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't quite know what happened there. I only saw like one tweet. I never even read it, but it's something about an open window. I don't know I can't even comment on it because I don't know.
It was a camera on the roof.
You do know that there was something bad to happen because why did the Prime Minister come out and apologize? What is he apologizing about?
Yeah, I mean, could it be that they fucked up? Yeah.
They fucked up since the day the fucking the invasion happened. They fucked up.
If you had an employee that fucked up this much, wouldn't you like fire him, stop paying him?
Have they fucked up more than another like first world military would have?
We're not. I mean, are we comparing it to other atrocities?
Well, I mean, were we that much like even compared to let's say the United States, where we didn't like level fucking cities and towns and there weren't like civilian casualties. I mean, I don't.
That's because the fighting ain't happened here in America, but they did level towns and kill a lot of people in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's what I'm saying. We're comparing, like, I want to compare a first world military to another first world military where they've been in a.
Well, for some reason, America just never fights other first class armies. They haven't in a long time since World War II.
And Israel's not fighting one either, so.
This is my point. All they do is terrorist acts against countries that they know can't fight them.
Well, I don't quite look at it. If somebody commits a terrorist attack, it's the responsibility of the military and the government to protect the citizens and to go after those that have caused harm and seek to cause harm to their citizens. So I don't see in any world where, I mean, basically what it sounds like you're asking for is that the just and right thing to have done after October 7th, because they ended up colonizing, however you would put it, the land, they should have just, licked their wounds and just, allow them to be invaded and taken over and leave.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying be some real men, and next time, take your military with all this moral army in the world and your special forces and your special intel that they say is the best in the world, and do a ground invasion. Don't be cowards and bomb indiscriminately hospitals, children's centers, mosques, churches. Like, come on, don't be that
The
coward.
special forces are like, they're like they're like a fraction of the percent of any modern military. They just do very.
It doesn't matter. They're entering a small strip to Gaza. It's not they're not going against our whole country.
There's two sides of the country. Okay,
Yeah, but 50% of them are all under the age of 18.
So let's do worst case scenario. Israel goes in, they massacre 2 million Palestinians, and now we have peace in the Middle East. Would that really be so?
There will never be peace in the Middle East because Israel is an expansionist colonial idea. They're not going to stop with just Gaza and the West Bank.
Resistance. Something to consider.
Yeah, exactly, because the resistance is too strong, but they've been trying for decades.
Israel is also
territory. They gave back territory. Resistance.
They didn't give it. They left illegal occupation. Are you talking about the '67 war, like the Sinai?
Oh, glasses.
Yeah.
Plastics.
Oh, so they gave back land to for a peace deal, which America pressured them to.
Blue
So I mean,
tons of territory. Like,
Why?
It was
Territory that don't belong to them, so they ain't giving nothing back. It's not there. It's a gift.
Then why are they expansionists? What are they expanding?
They openly talk about annexing the West Bank. They want to take parts of Lebanon and Syria. They currently occupy a part of Syria called the Golan Heights.
How about the Sheba Farms and all of those places?
Yeah, they took but wait. The Golan Heights they took because in the 1967 war, there were rockets rained down upon them from Golan Heights, and it's a strategic, bad place for terrorists to rain rockets down on neighborhoods. So they took that over.
And
they gave most of that region back too.
Well, the terrorists are the people who occupy those lands, which are the Israelis.
So here's another thing, right? So Israeli, they're genetically mostly white, right? Like, what if it's just part of their
Depends on which majority of them are.
Silence peasant when I'm speaking, okay? So the majority, they're not. Right? They're not. They're not mostly white. It is part of their genetics to massacre.
No.
Like, they are going to continue. You're wrong. Mother. Go on mute.
No, you stop for a second. You're saying something that's like, and this is really annoying when I hear people say that as a white person, having to hear people call them white. Yes, there's a.
Go on mute.
Stop. So if you're only talking about the Jewish population there, less than half of them are what you would. They have, I guess you could say, large share of European ancestry, but they are more than half of the Jews are actually people who never left the fucking Middle East, North Africa. But then 20% of them are Arabs, in addition to the Jewish population. Like, it's a majority brown country.
Okay, are Arabs white? Yes. Are people that are Jewish people white? Are they north of the what is it called? You have this weird woke idea of Jewish people. No, you're not gonna come up and become a Jew. This white man thinks he is, but the Jewish people are white. And they hate over, right? Like every category, they fall into the white category, and they're mad. They're mad because they are white. Have always been white.
I just did the research just now, ChatGPT, and technically the largest majority of people in Israel definitely are European descent. It says it right here.
They are majority white.
Largest majority of what?
The largest majority within Israel since its founding of 40 is European descent. It says it right here.
Sure. Yes, but they're a minority.
Then you have the Mizrahis, then you have the
Sephardi
Jews,
yes,
which are the Middle Eastern, the Africans, and the Asians.
I get what you're saying, but you're not.
Correct.
Hold on.
And then you have the 20% Arabs.
Oh my God! All right, amazing. So they may be the largest ethnic group in Israel. However, when it comes to the Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews, and then you have the Arabs, they outnumber the quote unquote European Jews. So they're
Yeah, but you can't
literally
equate that
it's
to that
majority
20%
brown
of the
country.
Arabs. They're not Jewish, so you can't do that.
But you're
so broader that it is fucking European resistance.
Like I don't know what you're like when I see most of these fucking Israelis like on TV or anywhere, I cannot tell them apart from a fucking Arab. I mean, like this is so silly.
Some of them you can't. You ain't lying about that. And that's because they adapted the culture. Remember, they stole the look, the food. You know what I mean? So they start. When you're.
Which one stole the culture?
The European Jews.
Okay, but when they end up mixing, but wouldn't the majority of Jews are non-white? Well, and they stayed in the Middle East and North Africa. Wouldn't they be eating the same Middle Eastern shit that everybody else eats?
No, that's not true because a lot of them have different cultures, especially the African Jews.
They don't eat food similar to that of Algerians.
Somewhat, some of it, yes, but some of them have also their African cultures of different kind of foods and languages.
I'm sure the Ethiopian Jews eat with their hands and a lot of lentils and beans and shit.
That's just the custom of people of religious faith. That's why.
There's no such thing as an Israeli dish. Simplified. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say, but I do want to point out that resistance, it's that actually the majority of Israeli Wahhabi, but when you look at the leadership of Israel and all the founders of Zionism, they're all Ashkenazi. Majority.
Oh yeah, we know that all their prime ministers, they're all a bunch of Europeans.
So it says right here, it says 80%. It says 47% of Israeli Jews are of Ashkenazi descent. Globally, 80% of the world's Jewish population is Ashkenazi. So the majority of the Jewish population is white descended, Europe descended whites, right? You can get triggered all you want, but the reality is these are white people with probably curly hair, right? So now back to my fucking statement. These people are inherently violent white people, right?
You're not doing the math right, Nicholas.
And they are learning to massacre people. It's through their genetic ancestry. They have picked this up from other Europeans, and they are just acting out according to their...
Amazing.
You just proved the point that less than 50% of that country is Ashkenazi.
But no, it's less than 50% of the Jews in that country are Ashkenazi. If I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And then the Jews are only 80%, then you have 20% that's Arab.
So it's like hilarious that you're trying to turn Israel into this white country when in reality it's probably mostly people that have lived in that region for thousands of years.
If you don't mind me asking, was LGBT in that land until the European Jews?
What is the story of the Sodom and Gomorrah?
47% is not a small minority. These people have been predominantly white this entire time. This whole notion that they're not white, even in Mizrahi I would consider as white. If you're going to get triggered about that, they fall as white to my camp.
You just retarded white people so much, right?
I mean, if you wanted to look at colorful quotes, even I think Netanyahu even said something about, was it the Golani Brigade or whatever? I guess they were mostly ethnically non-European Jews, and he made some off-color comment. I don't know, the 80s or something. It was like, oh, but they'll at least have smart white officers or something like that. I mean, I've heard that in decades past they didn't, they did see each other as ethnically different, and maybe there's a little bit of...
They still do. There's still racism there. They still like that there. What do you mean?
I've heard today that's not really much of a thing.
No, it's like that. They even put the Ethiopian, the black colored Jews, they put them in the front lines and everything. They're not commanded. They don't hold no shots. Ask some of the soldiers. They'll tell you.
This is the annoying part when you group this large amount of people. When you talk about the Mizrahi Jews, you're talking about the Libyans, the Iraqi Jews that are Mizrahi descendant and moved down there. Those are fucking white people. If you're talking about the ones that came from Africa that are also descendants of Mizrahi Jews, those are obviously African people, right?
Do you think Iraqi
African ancestry as part of their DNA at significantly larger quantities. But we group them all together, because some of them have some African. You were saying that the majority of them are African, and that is flawed. The majority of the Mizrahi people are still white.
No, the majority of them have ancestors that never stepped foot in Europe. They literally are not. When people say white, they mean European.
I'm aware that most of these are descended from the Middle Eastern, northern Middle Eastern. Those are all white people to me. Arabs are white to me. So this is the fundamental difference of viewpoint of do Arabs qualify as white, yes or no? For me, these are all
Amazing.
Yeah.
I would say that they're pretty brown, to be honest.
Arabs go from, there's some that are, I guess, white passing, but for the most part, nobody's, if you had to describe the person to like a 911 operator, you'd be like, what does he look like? Oh, Middle Eastern man, medium colored skin or some shit, and, probably bushy eyebrows or whatever the fuck, I don't know, they look different.
The Mizrahi Jews
They start getting whiter, just quickly, they just start getting, they will get whiter in the Balkans, and, in Turkmenistan, and, that whole region, but, it kind of moves the further north you go, but, I wouldn't consider, Turkish people white, would you?
Yeah, I just came from Turkey actually, and these people were shockingly very European looking, with fucking light pale skin, right? The entire fucking city of Istanbul was full of light skinned fucking European people. Yes, I would consider them as white. If you ever travel to these countries, you will realize that a significant portion of these people are just as white as Europe.
So Turkey is seen
also has a shit ton of European.
You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
Well, but you're missing out on thousands of years of cultural difference to the Europeans versus the Turks, the Ottoman Empire and everything to do with that. I mean, there's people that would be closer aligned that would be black to the Ottoman Empire than the Turks would be to modern Europeans. So you're missing out on many historical facts right now.
Cultural differences doesn't make them any less white, brother. I don't know what tangent we're going down, but I don't know how this is even.
Well, it's not just about their. Goddamn, it's not even. And part of the reason why I think it's useful when they say white, it's meaning European, is because they're outside of the borders of Europe. As you go into the Levant and Middle East, you start getting people that I would say phenotypically start looking a lot differently, but also they're culturally much different. The cuisine suddenly drastically changes. Of course, their religion drastically changes. Their language family, the Semitic languages that they speak, drastically different. And I guess when you used terms like, oh, they're just these white people. No, these are people that have been in the Middle East for centuries, or thousands of years actually, and they haven't left, and they literally, that's why, they were not eating bagels and what the fuck, mothball soup or whatever, they were, obviously a lot more similar to the other Middle Easterners.
Well, okay, you could look at the Syrians, for example, and I would say the Syrians are closer ethnically tied to Jerusalem versus Europe, because that's just the fact. They're that's their ethnic background. So it's crazy that this person is trying to make this point that it's what their skin color matters more than their ethnic background. It's mind blowing to me.
You get offended at the concept that maybe Jewish people are white. And I think that's
well, you can say some Jewish people are white. I just think, but saying they're all white, that's not accurate.
Obviously, that's not talking about
white means European.
I know Jews exist. I know Ethiopian Jews exist. They are not the majority. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the majority of the Jewish people.
Well,
this conversation is getting kind of retarded. We're sorry.
It is.
Pepe, do you think what happened at Waco was okay?
I'm not a fucking expert, but do I think that burning a bunch of men and women and children alive? No, that's obviously. I think there should have been a much better outcome.
especially when they had surveillance on this guy when he left to work, when he came back, like it wasn't necessary, right?
Yeah, I would say that Ruby Ridge was unnecessary. I do think that, you know, this guy, David Koresh guy, was one real sick piece of shit. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
he was a kid diddler too, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
He was
yeah.
diddling on the kids. He was fucked up.
So very disgusting person.
So it would be justified to go after that one guy, right? Especially when you have surveillance and the technology to track him and stuff. So how is that different from what's happening in Gaza?
Oh, yeah, that's a lot different. Well, first of all, like in Waco, Texas, they could control the environment. It's one compound in a state where they could, you know, they could see who's coming and going very easily, as opposed to like a highly densely populated area where because of their guerrilla warfare tactics, because of where they hide weaponry, because of their tunnel system, you don't know how do you really target, and these are tens of thousands of people, not one person. And it becomes a whole different, it basically becomes a war as opposed to, I don't know, just trying to bust one guy.
Well, are you aware of how Israel procures its targets?
I've listened in, you know, there was a couple people that had experience with this from the U.S. military as well. I know it involves intelligence, and then depending on who it is, I believe they also have what would be a ratio of how many people can you put at risk when dropping a bomb, for example. How many innocent casualties are acceptable will depend on like the number of people you're targeting, who they are, how important they are.
Correct. It's called
there's a chain of command.
Yeah, it's an AI program. It's called Lavender. But they nicknamed it Where's That? Because instead of targeting the militants when they're in combat, they wait for them to go home to their families and then they bomb the entire house. And a lot of the time, the AI system actually makes mistakes. They might get the guy with the same name. They might get a house where the militant had moved from. And the ratio is 25 for every low-level combatant and up to 100 civilians for a higher-ranking combatant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite know how that's different for other first world militaries when they're in war. I know that a lot of people have talked about this after the fact. People that have served, where they know they ended up, you know, targeting individuals and facilities with, you know, what ended up being faulty intel, and then innocent people were being killed. I know this happens. There's a guy, John Spencer. I've listened to him talk. I don't really. You have to understand. I know it happens. Period. So just because it happens doesn't show me that Israel's doing it the wrong way. I don't. Do they do it worse than other first world countries? I haven't seen that. So I don't really, and it's not my area of expertise or something I've really looked into, so I don't really know even how to respond to that.
You look at the ratio, like when 50% of the casualties are children, at least close to 50%.
That doesn't say anything.
Is that discriminate or not? Well, you compare it to other first world countries.
Yeah, including first world countries like in Afghanistan.
How do you mean that doesn't mean anything?
Oh, sure. Because especially Afghanistan, it was very common to be fighting children. Right? The children had guns.
Children of how old?
Oh, fuck, in Afghanistan, they could be as young as, 10, 11, 12 even? I mean, they're a bit different, I would think, than Gaza, but, I mean, we do know that there are terrorists, there are people that fight for Hamas that are under 18.
Hey, Pepe, when you say 10 years old, right? An average kid, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, you name it, right? You think the average 10-year-old can handle AK-47 and go like freaking ham?
In Afghanistan, yeah. dark-skinned Africans. In the part of the world, none of us have. Yeah, mainly done by the northern. If any of you,
A lot of Arabs killing a lot of black people.
that's true. If you look at northern Sudan, I mean, it's kind of. I believe the Nile goes through it, and the top part is more desertish, but they have the river, and then South Sudan, as we get into like the more tropical areas, it's pretty it's very black, and there's been this has been going on for several decades, and I'm just being realistic. It's a place that very few of us have ties to in the West, and when we think of sub-Saharan Africa in particular, we generally have a very low bar for what we think is atrocious. I feel like a lot of people have the sense that this is a place where starvation, disease, and war are just endemic to that area. Yeah, so we don't. I think that's the reason it doesn't get much attention. But you are correct. Like it is. We do focus more on Israel, and I do think that part of the reason why is because if you look at Israel, I mean, looking at the music festival, it almost mirrors America in a weird way. How the people are dressed, not necessarily how they look, but somewhat. But it looked like a modern country. Like you can kind of put yourself in their shoes. Like, oh my God, this could be. Imagine if this happened in America. And they had to deal with this savagery, and so we cut.
Perhaps it's a better question is, if you fly from the top of Israel all the way to the bottom of Israel with a commercial helicopter, it's like 40 minutes, not even. With an Apache, it's like 9 minutes. Right? An Apache goes way beyond 200 miles an hour. Right? Like, why did it took them at least 4 hours to respond?
I don't know.
That is a very important question, don't you think? Like this tiny little leap of land. It takes you 4 hours, but every 30
I guess
feet.
I would ask this.
But there is normally every 30 feet there is an 18-year-old that stands there with a machine gun to blast an innocent Palestinian. Now like nobody noticed. Like 4 hours. Like 4 hours.
Sure. I think that was kind of easy. I think that one's kind of a lot easier. So we have like troops that can be put on standby for deployment within 24 hours. I believe like some of the the different airborne brigades.
You believe that this recruitment is an inside job? This stuff. Like
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree.
Pepe, you know which two big events have like, hold on now, Sam Rosen. What a name. Okay, Gingerbread, calm your titties. You start lactating. Do you know which two events?
Job, you dumb fucking moron.
Okay, we got time for your medication.
Well, there was a stand down order. There was definitely a stand.
Do you know which two other events had exactly the
Not a fucking inside job, you dumb fucking.
Well, just let him get it out. Just let him get it. I don't agree that it's an inside job, but just let him say it.
Do you know which two other events had like the similarities as the patterns of like these events? It was the bombing of the USS Liberty, right?
Oh my fucking God.
And it was the same thing with 9/11. It was identical.
All right. Well, I don't want to go into
I'm sorry, this is so cringe, but
I don't want to go into it, but I do want to. I want to finish what I was saying. So, like, you do have.
Really quick, Pepe. Will you talk about cringe? Have you seen your profile picture?
Okay, guys, let's not. So, okay, in the U.S., like for example, what we would consider ready for like rapid deployment, it's like 24-hour notice. Now, what I would have to think is that. Obviously, they have a good segment of their population that is active duty. I don't know what how many of them, even their quick reaction forces, for example, how many of them were on base ready for like literally half an hour deployment? And they'd have to get kitted out. They'd have to, go in their vehicles or whatever to respond. I mean, I would think that would still, if I had to guess, Israel probably has to rely on their police to deal with incidents somewhat, even though they're different, so their military can, but they probably rely on the police for the response for the most part. So the fact that it take a few hours does not, I don't find it that surprising.
It takes you a few hours to like have those men in the Apache helicopters to like make a move. Versus a couple of men with like rusty, dusty AK-47s on their flip-flops and motorcycles from like the mid-90s. That's what you're competing.
I mean, there's something happened in certain areas. Like the response was almost instant. Yeah, but the response was actually almost instant in certain areas. No, it wasn't. And then certain areas that were more remote, it took a long time. That's what happened. That's like not what happened.
It's not what happened.
I literally know a girl who her boyfriend, he like was spending time texting.
You don't know that girl.
People about like, hey, here's where they are. Come here. You need to save us. Like this kind of shit. And then him doing that caused him to die, but also caused the responders to come like fucking save them. So this whole fucking thing was like, oh, there's no fucking responders. They were so slow because you're just a fucking retard.
Dude, Sam, during the Nova Festival shit going down, I was like in contact with a dude that was there.
Of course.
A big
Your boyfriend. Was he cheating on you with his?
Can I just you fucking dummy?
Yeah, no, he literally owed me money because I like mixed and mastered the track. And he like sent me money for the mix and master. I was like, dude, you didn't have to send me money for it. You're in a fucking shootout right now.
So he decided to call you. Like he was in the shootout. He's like, let me call my boyfriend for my last words.
I asked him on the phone once.
Did you know that Muhammad raped a child? Did you know that Muhammad raped a child? Anywhere?
Yeah, did you know that? Muhammad had hair as well.
Muhammad raped children. That's kind of weird that he did that.
You came out as the strongest sperm cell.
Anyways,
child rapist. That's kind of weird.
hold on, Sam, because I get.
Alright guys, I'm getting really sick of this. Hold on guys, I'm getting really, guys. I'm getting really sick of this, the jabs back and forth, because we were like, at least having, a conversation before. You guys know I can talk shit, I'm trying not to do that. Go ahead.
I'd love to have the conversation, but like, Ludwig would love to.
No. Yeah, dude, Ludwig, he can't do that anymore. No, so nobody. Go ahead. I think Sam, were you trying to?
Sam was talking about Sudan, so I want to rewind back to that. And this really annoys me because, especially from the pro-Israeli side, and Sam, I love you, by the way. Thank you for giving money to that little black baby in Sudan because I answered your questions. But they don't care about Sudan. They just use this as a tactic to like divert from the conversation being on Israel. And if you want to talk about Sudan, we can talk about who gives the RSF weapons, which is the UAE, which is a partner with Israel and the Abraham Accords. And the UAE also receives weapons from Israel. So Israel is directly complicit in the genocide in Sudan. And we can talk about that if you want.
Well, I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar. Israel backing up any of that.